The Honorable Speaker.
I will now call the House to order. Let us take up question number 53, brought by Srimati Miani Dishira, MLA, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Questioner is
Oh,
absent.
okay, the questioner is absent, so we move on to next question. Question number 54, raised by Sri Paul Lingdo, MLA, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Answer to start question 54A. Sir, the power and functions of the State Electricity Regulatory Commission are defined under Section 86 of the Electricity Act 2003. B. Sir, the Meghalaya State Electricity Regulatory Commission is a two-members commission. Presently, there is only one member, who is the chairman of the commission. As opposed of another member, member law is vacant. C. Sir, the Section 108 of the Electricity Act 2003 defines the power of the state government to give directions to State Electricity Regulatory Commission.
Your next supplementary question.
So, the State Power Regulatory Commission is a very vital body that has so far eluded scrutiny by this august House. So, may I know from the Honourable Minister whether the Commission is statutory or constitutional, and if so, how?
Sir, the State Electricity Regulatory Commission is a statutory body.
Sir, can the Honourable Minister elaborate on why this body is statutory and what are the implications thereby?
Sir, the Commission was also set up under Section 82 of the Electricity Act 2003.
So I want a more comprehensive reply about why this body is statutory and the implications of that commission being statutory in nature. The implications.
Sir, the commission was basically constituted, as I mentioned just now, as per the provision. The commission, the Meghalaya State Electricity Regulatory Commission, which was notified by the government of Meghalaya under the provision of Section 82 of Electricity Act 2003 on 26 March 2004, became functional on 6th of June 2006, on which the date of the first chairperson assumed the office of the commission, sir.
No, sir, but I have not got the correct answer. My very pertinent point is to understand why, with the commission being statutory, what are its implications insofar as delivery of its service is concerned to the people of Meghalaya?
If the answer is very long, you can lay it on the table.
Sir, the commission was basically constituted, it is as per the Central Act. And the action taken by the commission from time to time get the legality by the Electricity Act 2003.
Sir, I think this House has every right to understand why this statutory body exists in the first place, and being statutory, what are its implications in the sense that what kind of control does the state government has over this body, what kind of influence does the state government has on its functioning, as being statutory would make it, by implication, a very autonomous body. So what kind of control does the state government exercise? For instance, fixation of tariff is one of the mandates of this body. So being statutory, what are the implications on the fixation of tariff, since the state government would, by implication, have little say on that matter?
Sir, if I may understand the question correctly, I would like to elaborate the functions of the State Electricity Regulatory Commission. This is the Section 86 of the Electricity Act 2003 has entrusted the following functions to the State Electricity Commission. In short, sir, I would say that the function of this commission is basically to determine the tariff for generation, supply, transmission, and wheeling of electricity, wholesale, bulk, or retail, as the case may be, within the state. Be it to regulate electricity purchase and procurement process of distribution licenses, including the price at which electricity shall be procured from generating companies or licenses, or from other sources through agreements for purchase of power for distribution and supply within the state. C, to facilitate intrastate transmission and wheeling of electricity. D, issue licenses or to persons seeking to act as transmission licenses, distribution licenses, and electricity traders with respect to their operations within the state. C, promote cogeneration and generation of electricity from renewable sources of energy by providing suitable measures for connectivity with the grid and sale of electricity to any person, and also specify for purchase of electricity from such sources a percentage of the total consumption of electricity in the area of distribution licensee. F, adjudicate upon the disputes between the licenses and generating companies and to refer any dispute for arbitration. G, levy fee for the purposes of this Act. H, specify state grade consistent with the grade code. I, specify or enforce standards with respect to quality, continuity, and reliability of service by licenses. Fix the trading margin in the intrastate trading of electricity if considered necessary, and discharge such other functions as may be assigned to under this Act. Apart from the above functions, the State Commission has also been entrusted with advisory functions wherein it can advise the state government on following matters: promotion of competition, efficiency, and economy in activities of the electricity industry, promotion of investments in electricity industry, recognition and restructuring of electricity industry in the state, matters concerning generation, transmission, distribution, trading of electricity, or any other matter referred to the State Commission by the government. Again, sir, I would like to mention here that the state has a role to play when it comes to any matters related to the burden to be carried by the consumers. As per the Section 108 of the Electricity Act, the power of the state government is restricted to policy decisions, including public interests. However, the state government cannot guide State Commission on inherent powers of Commission, such as tariff determination.
So, I want to make a pointed reference to an instance where, since we're talking about the power of the Commission over fixation of tariff, on December 22nd, 2005, a public meeting was held at Ulbari Inspection Bungalow, where MLAs, traditional leaders, and civil society groups came together to articulate growing public anger over frequent power cuts, weak infrastructure, and mounting electricity bills. Now, going to the mandate of the Commission, which is fixation of tariff, which also mandates that there should be consultation with members of the public. Whether in this specific instance, where MLAs, traditional leaders, and civil society groups got together to articulate their ire and anger over power cuts, weak infrastructure, mounting electricity bills, whether there was any consultative process taken up by the Commission before this meeting occurred.
Speaker, sir, I don't have the details right now as far as that hearing is concerned. But the Commission, from time to time, conducts the public hearing when it comes to any grievances or any citizen of the state would like to express.
So can I know the frequency of these consultations? When was the last consultation held?
Sir, every year the corporation will always send its proposal for consultation with regards to the tariff revision. And in that process, there's always a public hearing which is being conducted and are being done before fixing the tariff. That public hearing is always done before fixing the tariff, because that is the role of the Commission that has been enshrined to, and they are bound to call for the public hearing before the finalization of the tariff.
So I'd just like to know the frequency. Is it annual, biannual, quarterly?
Sir, this is the annual, sir.
Okay. Yes, Bakar Pran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge of power the annual budget of the State Power Regulatory Commission?
Sir, the financial assistance extended by the state government to the Meghalaya State Electricity Regulatory Commission for this year 25-26 is 3.20 crore.
So, this is a grant from the government. Is it a grant from the government, sir?
Sir, may I request the honorable member to please repeat the question?
You said that the annual budget is 3.5 crores. It is a grant from the government, sir.
Yes, sir. The assistance provided by the government to the MSCRC is basically only on the part of the salaries and other office establishments expenditures, sir.
So, how many consumer petitions or appeals have been filed before the Commission in the last 3 years, sir?
Sir, for that, I don't have the details with me. I require notice.
Okay, Rupamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to stand up and take part in this question. When I hear about the meeting being taken place in Fulbury IB, I was also present there. There was huge public outcry over the hiking of tariff by the site computers. So, based on that public outcry and complaints, whether there is any inquiry being made or any action has been taken by the Commission, may I know from the Honorable Minister in charge, Power.
Sir, I would like to inform the House that with regards to the tariff, the charges are being billed to all the consumers are based on the tariff, fixed tariff approved by the Meghalaya State Electricity Regulatory Commission. Sir. No one can bill more than what it is being approved. Sir. So, with regards to the other question by the Honourable Member, with regards to the inquiry with regards to the SAI computers, point noted, sir, but we have not, till now, we have not received any complaints so far.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to take part in this question hour. I would like to know from the Honourable Minister in Charge Power that whether the State Electricity Regulatory Commission, apart from regulating the tariff, is there any provision in case where there is disruption, frequent disruption of power supply? Is there any penalties with regards to the role of the Regulatory Commission?
What is, Speaker, sir, what is laid down in the functions of the State Electricity Regulatory Commission? There's no penalty or fine when it comes to any kind of power disruptions, power supply disruptions, and so on, sir.
Okay, we move on to the next question. Question number 55. Sri Rupa Marak has raised a question. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, answer to start question 55. Yes, sir.
Your question, please.
May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge, PHC, how the quantity and safety standards of the same is checked by the department?
Sir, this is purely technical in nature, so I'll be going through some of the points so that Honorable Member, August House, will be able to ascertain how it is being determined. Sir, the standard of sand used in construction is very important, and it is vital for the strength, durability, overall performance of the mortar and concrete. Poor standard/quality of sand may lead to failure of the structure, increase the cost of maintenance, and reduce the lifespan of the structure. Therefore, the PHE department has been publishing guidelines for design, schedules of rates in water supply system, containing specifications of materials in conformity with Indian standard to guide in the preparation and design of water supply projects. The sand should be clean and free from mud, silts, and should be gritty in nature. The fine modules should not be less than 2.2 or more than 3.2. In case of any doubt in respect of any sand obtained from new quarry, the executive engineer may get it tested and satisfy of the quality. Following limits may be taken as guidance. Fine sand, fineness module, that is 2.2 to 2.6. Medium sand, fineness modules, 2.6 to 2.9. Coarse sand, fineness modules, 2.9 to 3.2. Simple on-site test for sand quality is generally carried out by the PHE department under the supervision of the officers at level of SDOs and JEs. Visual inspection, checking for uniform grain size, and ensure that there are no visible impurities like clay lumps or organic matter or stones. Hand feel test, also called the rubbing test. Rubbing and sand between fingers to check for stickiness or clay-like texture. If it feels sticky or leaves a residue, it likely contains too much clay or silt. In situ jar test, a simple test to check for silt content by observing the sediment layer after settling. Sir.
Thank you for the reply. And I would like to ask another supplementary question. May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge whether there is any lab which tests the quality of sand in Meghalaya?
Sir, for testing this, we are depending on NIT, sir, time to time. But we are intending to set up these laboratories in Shillong, Tura, and Hawaii, sir.
And further supplementary question, sir. Whether sand testing is being conducted even for small water tanks, water tank projects in the village levels?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Why I asked this question is, sir, I happen to witness that in the village levels, sands are being extracted randomly from the river without being tested. So I fear it may not be safe. That's why I asked this question. And because of these safety issues, lives can be lost. As I also have lost my mother in 2024 as a water tank had collapsed on her. So another question, may I know whether there is any regulatory order making sand testing mandatory by the department?
Sir, normally sand quality testing for construction works under PHE department is sent to NIT and other private laboratories for analysis. The contractors awarded with turnkey contract carried out the entire necessary test as per the provisions of the contract document and in line with IS specifications, sir.
I was asking about whether there is any regulatory order from the department for sand testing.
Yes, while the contracts are being awarded, sir, it is being directed, as I have gone through one of the para here, whoever is getting the turnkey contract awarded, they are mandatory to send the testing to the NITs, sir.
May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge
Last question.
whether there is any action being taken on those contractors who doesn't abide by the regulatory order by the department?
So definitely, sir, on receipt of any complaints, such complaints, we will definitely take into, definitely take the action, sir.
Yes, by Sir Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for the elaborate reply as far as the quality of sand is concerned. I would like to highlight one incident where recently I paid a spot inspection with the officials from the PHE as far as the construction of the dam for JGM is concerned within my constituency in Lom Shillong. Upon the spot inspection, what I found is in one of the main dam, which has just been constructed, not even 1 year, on the spot, we found out that there has already been leakages. So I really don't know whether the Honourable Minister is aware of these lapses that is occurring, especially not just maybe in my constituency, but it might occur anywhere. So it raised doubts when, from the reply from the minister, it is so elaborate that even for sand testing, it is being sent to NIT. And the quality of work should have been top class. But then what we find on the ground, it is completely different. So may I know from the Honorable Minister if he is aware of this incident and what action has been taken to the contractors?
Sir, for the information of August House, sir, specifically while implementing JJM, it is a mandatory from the Government of India, that order has come out that before making any payments, there's a third party, and that third party engineering group, they have to certify the quality of work that has been executed. So therefore, sir, based on their recommendation, the payments are made. So in this case situation, particular situation, I'm not been informed, sir. I would urge honorable members, if you find any such irregularities in your constituencies, please make it a point to report it to me so that I can place for inquiry or necessary actions can be taken. Thank you, sir.
So I would like to thank the Honorable Minister concerned. And in fact, from my side, because I went for the spot inspection and I've already put a complaint before the officers on the spot. So if the need arises, then I will come to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to the next question. Question raised by Sri Adalbert Nongrum, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to start question number 56. A. Sir, there is no fund sanctioned by the governments of Meghalaya for right Shillong e-bike sharing launched by the Chief Minister. B. Sir, 20 electric cycles were rented under the Sumaka Sustainable Urban Mobility, Air Quality, Climate Actions and Accessibility Project. C. Sir, the project was implemented by Urban Affairs Department with support of the GIC, Deutsche Gesellschaft for International Zusammenarbeit, as part of the Sumaka Sustainable Urban Mobility, Air Quality, Climate Action and Accessibility Projects. D. Charter by Private Limited, plot number 42A/2, Khata number 132, situated at village Shamlong, Thana number 212, district Ranchi, Jharkhand A34010. E, sir. Sir, no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Minister who had made a reply, I would like to put some supplementary to this very project, which I feel surprised when I look at it, answer to A and B. But since Honorable Minister had replied that not from the government but from SUM-ACA, let me put a supplementary question so that the House may get enlightenment. Supplementary 1, whether there is any provision in the Piruri roads of Shillong for a dedicated lane for cyclists to ride their cycles? Because after all, it is a policy matter.
Mr. Speaker, sir, presently most of the road within the Shillong city, there was no provision for a cycling track. Yes, for a new project, for example, that new road which has been constructed in New Shillong, all the newly constructed cycle track has been provided. So we are discussing it. But within the old Shillong as well, within the city, there are the roads narrow. There is more or less no cycle truck, but for the new projects I had discussed with the two department, we are make sure that especially in the new township, all the newly constructed roads, cycle truck has been provided.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, second supplementary, I would like to put forth on the day that the Honorable Chief Minister launched the Right Shillong project by himself, riding a cycle on the Pirudi road towards Kendailat, along with fitness celebrity Milan Soman, and with certain IAS advisors. I want to ask whether the Chief Minister and his group were riding the cycle on a dedicated lane for cyclists, or were they riding the cyclists in the middle of the road on a lane, means for normal vehicles after police personnel and security have first cleared the traffic on the road? May I get a clarity on this?
Mr. Speaker, sir, actually no fixed road were assigned, but during that times, we had all the users were permitted to travel across the permissible public road within the Shillong, subject to traffic rules and safeguard guidelines in coordination with the traffic rules, with traffic police.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Through you again, Mr. Speaker, sir. So if that is the case, so how can a project like Right Shillong be implemented successfully if there is no previous arrangement with Pirudi roads in Shillong for providing a dedicated lane for cyclists to ride their cycles? Will traffic in Shillong suddenly clear the way for cyclists from Right Shillong when they come on Pirudi roads?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I already replied, yes, when the cycle was right, we are coordinating with the police traffic so that there will be no harm to the cycle riders.
Because as a traffic concern, congestion is a huge crowd in Shillong city as well in Shillong agglomeration. We all know the fact. Because of this reason, we should not waste the time, the project that we are implementing. Because of that, the reason, I would like to put one more supplementary through you, Mr. Speaker, sir. If that is the case, whether the government will blacklist the advisors and consultants who came up with the flawed idea in Right Shillong project, because the Right Shillong project is like building a bridge when there is no river. Surely somebody must be held accountable for wasting public money. May I get clarity?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the objective of the Urban Affairs Department and the government as a whole is to ensure that we find ways and means to be able to address issues of traffic, address issues of sustainability, address issues where we find ways in which we can find sustainable transportation modes. Now, it's precisely the thought processes which are going on in the Honourable Member's speech and in his mind is what is restricting us from innovating. Sir, as a government and as a society, we need to try. We need to innovate. We need to find new ways and means. If even before trying, we say we are not going to do anything, then we're going to be standing still and will never move forward as a society and as a government and as a state as a whole. Clearly, sir, in this particular reply, it's mentioned that none of government's money was spent. This was a grant, a contribution made by the German agency in collaboration with us to experiment and see how to move forward, because we do desire to see that in the future, that cycling, walking is something that is promoted. Because once that happens, we will be able to see the congestion go down in the state, in the city as a whole. So it is quite sad to hear honorable members, where we should be really looking at positive ways to move forward, are here to criticize the initiative and the steps being taken by the government to find better solutions. Having said that, sir, we are not saying that everything we do will succeed perfectly the way we want. We will face challenges, sir. But the point is that we try, we face challenges, we see hurdles in front of us, we change and adapt accordingly, and then we move forward. And that's how society and state and government moves forward. Now, if you look at, sir, the small steps of removing the hawkers and giving them space, that has created walking space now. Like that, sir, will be overall, hopefully in the days to come, we have plans that in the new Shillong site, there are going to be cycling tracks. So therefore, sir, these are all larger long-term visions that we have. And therefore, I'm happy that the honorable member has asked this. And I must congratulate the Urban Affairs Department for taking that initiative. It's not a simple thing, sir. It's not a simple thing. To always try to find solutions and innovations is a big thing, sir. And so you'll be happy to know that almost 1,600 people have actually used the bikes. 1,600 people have actually used these bikes. Yes, honorable members' suggestions are welcome. You may please give us suggestions on how to improve things. But looking at something and government doing something and always finding that we have to criticize what government does is a mindset I would urge that honorable members must change. We must work together, opposition and ruling. Let's be constructive in our discussions. If you find that there are problems there, give suggestions and we're happy to incorporate those suggestions.
So, one more supplementary. Thank you for the reply made by Honorable Chief Minister. I fully understand about the motive, the clear objective of the government. I appreciate. And you must have seen in every platform, and even in this August House, even though I belong to the opposition, I always stand by my right, by my principle. Whether if I have to criticize, I'll do that. If I have to praise the government, I'll surely do that. Because why? The ultimate goal is not about how much opposition or how much ruling can contribute, can deliver, but how much we can see the light of the day for our people at large. So if that is the case, then may I put one more supplementary. Whether the government proposes to expand the right Shillong e-bike sharing project to other parts of Shillong or other urban areas of Meghalaya, and timeline for such expansion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. We will do it differently after everything will be in place. That's why when Honorable Same supplies reply that we are on a trial process. Definitely, your suggestion is well taken.
So we will take up the next question. Question raised by Sri Rupert Moman, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to state question 57A. Sir, the total number of beneficiaries under North Karo Hills is 187 and the amount is 43 crores 90 lakhs 69,924.52 only. East Karo Hills is 2227 and the amount is 225 crores 13 lakhs 52,897.31 only. B. Sir, the criteria for receiving land compensation are owners of land, structure and trees and crops that are affected by the construction of National Highway. C. Yes, sir. D. Sir, the settlement is as per the FC Act 1980.
Report moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for his extensive answer. Sir, the residents, those who receive huge amount, they're very happy. They bought the land and they construct a new house. But there are majority of the residents, in spite of the fact that they have valid document and speaking witness like structure, they don't receive. So my question is that if the left out family, if they apply once again with the valid document, is whether government will consider it?
Sir, as far as the land compensation is concerned, for the information of the honourable member, as I've already replied, in fact, about 93 to 94% of land has been already taken over and handed over also to NHIDCL for construction of this particular NH. And meaning, sir, the land compensation has been cleared. However, few stretches and few beneficiaries or landowners, some of them, they are not happy with the assessment made by the district collector. So therefore, those issues have been referred by the district collectors to the arbitrator. Few of them are like that. And in North Garo Hills, in fact, we have only 4 cases happen that way. 3 cases are right now in the hands of the arbitrator, and one particular landowner, they have the ownership dispute among them. However, I'm very sure within a short period of time, all these issues will be able to resolve. However, sir, as I have said that, well, in fact, there are scopes for the beneficiaries or the landowners in case if they are not satisfied with the assessment rate made by the district collector, they do have every right to again submit their petition, and ultimately the arbitration, as I said, arbitrator has been already notified, appointed by the government, and this will be resolved by the arbitrators.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Chief Minister, for extensive, elaborative answer. I satisfied the answer. Thank you.
Yes, Bashinchar Kupa.
Thank you, sir. So since we are talking about land compensation and for construction of national highway, so in the recent months, I went for inspection for the construction of the western bypass in Soyong constituency. That's where I found that there are lands excavated by the allotted NHIDCL company beyond the revenue paid land, because there are times where they change the alignment, and during the construction also there are sediments that are damaging the paddy fields. And that's where the question arises. The landowners have come to me for questions, and also they have gone to the Department of Revenue to raise many queries. So my question here is, what will the government or revenue department or the allotted NHIDCL company do to the landowners of the unoccupied or unpaid portion regarding the land compensation?
Sir, if there is any grievances happens to any particular landowner, as I've already said, room is there to listen the grievances and also to resolve the issues. And we do have the district collector revenue who will supervise, who will monitor, who will see, who will attend to all these grievances faced by any particular landowners. And in case if the issues is so complicated where ultimately the district collector are not able to resolve, then we have another steps of grievances where it can be resolved, and that is in the form of arbitrator. So that there is a room, sir. There is a room wherever the grievances arises, we are there to resolve the issues.
Sir, my second question is to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of our state. So what do we do? Can we have an assurance by the Department of Government to look into this matter at the earliest so that the construction will be a smooth sailing?
Sir, as far as the Western Bypass is concerned, though the original question is only about the National Highway 217, still I will just update the status of Western Bypass also, which maximum of this project falls under the constituency of Ba Sansha. Sir, the status of Western Bypass construction is well in progress. And number two, the issues relating to land compensation, 96 to 97% has been resolved. So maybe the honorable member from Shillong, he pointed out those issues which we still have some grievances, like maybe 2 or 3 or 4%. So these 2, 3, 4% which is unresolved till today, some portion of these grievances is still under the scrutiny by the district collector himself, or there are portions, there are issues which is already handed over to the arbitrator. I am very sure, let me also assure the honourable member and the honourable members of this August House that these issues will be resolved and will make sure that the interest of the landowners does not at all affected. Rather, I should say, it will be benefited by when the government pay the compensation to the landowners.
Okay, we move on. Sorry.
Yes, I would like to just draw the attention of the government and particularly the minister concerned pertaining to an input that has been received by me in respect of the construction that is going on in as far as the National Highway, it is 271, the erstwhile NH 62. The report indicates that there is a deviation from the approved alignment. And at the same time, while doing so, the contractor, the builder, is engaging in extracting the minerals, which otherwise is included in the provision, if you recall the rules, which provides incidental mineral to be utilized. So it appears that the contractor concerned is taking advantage of this provision that any mineral which is incidental to any work which is taken up can be reported and utilized. So the aggregates, just to exploit the aggregate, this builder is engaging in this illegal activity to take advantage of this provision of law. So therefore, may I seek assurance from the government, having brought this information before this August House, that an inquiry will be made and correction be ensured.
Yes, sir, certainly we will do that. In case if there is any instances where the company or the individual contractors take undue advantage of the aggregate or maybe the boulders or whatever, that we will surely examine the issue and we will accordingly take action also, sir.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have the photographs. I'll be handing it over to the Honorable Deputy CM in charge of the department so that action can be taken accordingly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we move on to the next question. Question number 58, brought by Arden, but honorable member is absent, so I'll skip to the next question, question number 59, raised by Matthew Kurba. Matthew Kurba is here. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Speaker, sir, reply to question 59A. Sir, the total area of arable land in the state is 436,270 hectares. B. Sir, the total area where the Directorate of Horticulture is undertaking organic farming intervention is 56,709.50 hectares. Sir, the total area certified under organic farming is 26,948.413 hectares. Sir, area falling under Muplang constituency is nil. Sir, under the Meghalaya State Organic Mission, financial support is extended to farmer groups within a minimum of 50 farmers and a total land holding of around 100 hectares. D. Sir, the fertilizer plant at Kim village is operational.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in this question. I would also like to thank the Honorable Minister in charge of Agriculture for this exhaustive reply. So, in the course of reply to question number 59C, may I know from the Honorable Minister the area of land required per farmer to get the subsidy from the government?
Sir, I have already replied. My reply is very clear, I think. The 50 number of farmers and the total area required for this organic mission is 100 hectares. So 50 members combined together should have an area of 100 hectares. Then they are eligible.
Thank you, sir. And reply to question number 59D about the functional of the plan in KM village. May I know from the Honorable Minister how many tons of fertilizer have been produced since its inception? This particular plan was inaugurated sometime in the year 23 by the Honorable Chief Minister, and I was there then when it was inaugurated. May I know how much has been produced till date?
Sir, the capacity of the KM fertilizer plant is 5 metric tons per day. And it depends on the demand. When there is demand, there is production. But if there is no demand, there is no production. So at the moment, I don't have the record. I record notice for that.
One more question, sir, please. As far as this plan is concerned, I've been passing through that place all the time, almost every week. But I've seen that plan there's no activity at all. and the door always remain closed. May I know, Brand, from the Minister in charge, please?
Sir, maybe the reason why the, this factory is not working, maybe there is no demand. That's why it's not operating.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister. Who looks after this particular plan then? How do they publicize about this kind of fertilizer to the people around that area? Because that area, they are farmers. They may require this particular fertilizer. Lots of people there are farmers. So who runs this plan, sir?
Sir, the key fertilizer plant is managed by the machine development, not by agriculture department. So I cannot make a full reply on that.
Thank you again, sir. I hope this organization will try to run this plan for the benefit of the farmers in that particular area and also for the farmers in the state as well. And thank you again, sir, for the reply.
Well noted.
Sir, since it is in basin, I don't have full data with me, and as I said, the question has been asked. Honorable Minister is correct that it's with us in the sense that it's ultimately run by an IVCS, Integrated Village Cooperative Society, and maybe the place is closed right now. I don't have data with me, but the production has taken place there. I don't have full details, but at least I want to share that that overall in the last few years, from 23 onwards, we have had production of close to between 2024-25 about 33,000 kgs. That's 33 metric tons, and of biofertilizer granules, as well as the biofertilizer liquid at about 1,321 liters are there. But as correctly mentioned by Honorable Minister, the production is increased, decreased based on demand. Even at the current time, we have stock in hand of almost close to 9,000 kgs, that's 9 metric tons. So therefore, there is a stock with us. And therefore, of course, the question is not with MBMA in the sense that we don't have the detailed information, but whatever I could provide, I thought it's appropriate that I can just mention to the House, and as correctly mentioned by Honorable Minister, we have a large stock at hand right now, and probably could be the reason that the production could have been slowed down for time being. But definitely, sir, we'll look into this. We would like to see that the biofertilizers grow, the demand grows, the utility grows. As we all know, sir, biofertilizers, there are challenges like the productivity is not as high as what we see in normal fertilizers. Cost factor also is there that affects the farmers. So there's a transition that's going on. So it's not very simple that we would immediately get demand for this product. So that's why it's a transition, but it is a very positive step again. And it's something that we would like to see that we'll be able to scale up in the days to come.
Honorable Elo, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, time is almost gone. It's a very important matter which has been brought before this August House. Mr. Speaker, sir, now the total area which has been covered under the intervention is reflected in the replies. Now, there are two programs. One is supported by Government of India, and another is with the States Fund. In fact, we initiated that mission organic, wherein the initial target was 40,000 hectares, which was funded by the state government. Subsequently, Government of India also extended with this program. So, in order to avoid duplicacy, it is very important for the department and therefore for the House to know the breakup of, as far as this total area, in respect of how much area is converted into this organic farming, meaning the cumulative area which has received the certification under the mission with the fund from state and from the fund that is released to the state government? The breakup. Mr. Speaker, sir, reply. I'm asking the breakup. How much is, out of this total reflected figure, is by the intervention which is funded by the state government and the area which is funded by Government of India? Breakup.
So the rough breakup is approximately out of this, out of the 26,000, sir, 9,000 is from Government of India and the rest is from the states, sir.
Then it will be appropriate for the House to know what happened to the fund that has been earmarked in as far as the targeted area to be covered under this intervention from the state fund. And what was the actual target given by the Government of India pertain vis-a-vis the amount which has been released?
I'm sorry, the question hour is over. Now we come to
Yes,
item-
sir. I would like to make a personal explanation under Rule 282 of Procedure and Conduct of Business. With your permission, sir.
What is it?
282.
The 282.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
you may make your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise under Rule 282 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to offer a personal explanation. My intent is to clarify my position as a member of this August House following the disallowance of my notice for a short duration discussion under Rule 50. This notice pertained to a matter of harrowing and urgent public importance pertaining to the news report in the Shillong Times dated 6/2/2026, titled 18 Death in the Explosion Inside Illegal Coal Mine in East Jaintia Hills District. Mr. Speaker, sir, my notice was not a mere political exercise. It was a response to a tragedy where initially 18 persons lost their lives in an illegal mine. When such a loss occurs, the public looks to this House for answers. My effort to bring this to the floor was rooted in my duty to ensure that the enforcement failures that led to the explosion are scrutinized and that such incident, and especially the victim families, are not forgotten. The motion was disallowed on the grounds that the matter is sub judice. While I have the utmost respect for the judiciary, I wish to clarify why I believe this doctrine should not have barred for discussion. The point in hand, firstly, is a matter of policy versus legal liability. Court of law determines individual guilt or legal damages. This assembly, however, is the only forum to discuss state-level policy failures. The question of how illegal mining persists despite judicial bans is an administrative issue, not a judicial one. Point number two, the substantial prejudice test. Parliamentary precedence clearly states that a matter is not sub judice if its discussion creates a real and substantial danger of influencing a trial. Discussing the government's failure to prevent illegal mining and transportation or provide safety oversight does not in any way interfere with the independence of the courts. Finally, point number three, preventing a governance vacuum. If every administrative lapse that results in a police case, for example, an FIR or a PIL, is deemed sub judice, this House will be effectively silenced on every major crisis in the state. We must not allow legal technicalities to become a shield for executive accountability. And in conclusion, I sought this discussion because more than 30 families are mourning, and the state silence in this House is perceived as indifference. While I abide by the Chair's ruling, I feel it is my duty to the state that the rule of law is upheld when the executive is held accountable by the legislature. To treat the lives of those who tragically died as a mere legal technicality is a disservice to the mandate given to us by the people of the state. So with these few words, I will resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
As per your...
A point of order under Rule 300 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business. I would like to bring to the notice of this August House and for your kind consideration the Rule 275, Sub-Rule 6. Now, over the preceding sessions, I've been observing that the tendency of the distinguished members of this August House to some extent have been reflective of complete disregard to this particular provision of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business. Because yesterday, during the question hour, while the Honorable Chief Minister should have addressed to the Chair, he has directly said that don't interfere. So this is a complete deviation from this rule. I would urge to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that every member should address the Chair and not directly to the members. Even while replying, even during question hour, there is a tendency of the honorable members, particularly the members of the cabinet, to look at the questioner and address directly. That is complete deviation from the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, because the whole address should be only to the Chair and to nobody else. Therefore, yesterday's that whole proceeding, wherein the Chief Minister has addressed directly to the member, particularly in the instant case to me, should be not part of the proceeding. Therefore, I make this submission, and I would, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you shall take cognizance of my these grievances. I am the senior-most member of this August House. I've been elected 7 times. We have always ensured that this House is governed by the provision of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business. And that is the reason why we take pride in the reputation of this August House for the dignity, decorum of this August House. So with these few words, I make a submission, and I find that that particular whatever was captured in the proceeding should not be part of the proceeding, therefore.
I will examine the matter.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in fact, as the Leader of the House and the suggestions given by the Leader of Opposition, sir, I agree with what he says, I must say. And if you look at the entire process, rules should apply to every member of the House. So therefore, it's a good practice, and whoever the member may be it Chief Minister, be it LO, or be it any other member, it should be the practice of this House to ensure that we abide by the rules that are prescribed, sir. So it's a very good suggestion. I take it positively. He is a very senior member, and definitely, sir, we will ensure that at least I will learn from this and move forward in a positive direction. And as I said, it's a good thing that we all should abide by the rules, and whatever rules and decisions made by you and the chair, and as per the rules that are prescribed in the rules, procedures, should be followed, sir. So it's a positive suggestion given by the Honorable LO.
Okay. Thank you. Regarding the personal explanation given by the honorable member from Meghalaya, Babrastarwell, Marbanium. The subject matter is sub judice, as informed by the department, and therefore it was not admitted. More so, the Advocate General has also given his opinion on the matter and therefore barred for discussion in the House. This is my explanation. We move on to the next item, item number 2, resolutions. Now we will take up resolution number 1. Dr. Mukul Sangma, MLA and leader of the opposition, to move whereas the illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx in the state remains a major concern. And whereas to address this concern, there has been a collective resolve by the political parties and all stakeholders in the state to prevail upon the Government of India to implement ILP under the provision of Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation 1893 BEFR through a resolution adopted in this August House. And whereas the Government of India has not shown any positive response to implement ILP in the state till date, and whereas the state has legislated its own law to deal with the issue of illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx, MRSSA Act 2016. And whereas the MRSSA 2016 provides comprehensive legal framework to regulate entry, exit and stay of the people from outside the state in order to ensure safety and security of the citizens, including identifying entry-exit points along the interstate border and establishment of facilitation centers. And whereas the state authorities have identified parcels of land for such entry-exit points and establishment of facilitation centers in order to give fruition to the objective of the MRSSA 2016. Now, therefore, this House do resolve to urge the government to complete the whole process of establishment of the facilitation centers at the identified entry-exit points with proper guidelines and to put in place all other regulatory measures as per mandate of MRSSA 2016. Dr. Mukul Sangma, Leader of Opposition, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that whereas the illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx in the state remain a major concern, and whereas to address this concern, there has been a collective resolve by the political parties and all stakeholders in the state to prevail upon Government of India to implement ILP under the provision of the Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation 1873 through a resolution adopted in this August House. And whereas Government of India has not shown any positive response to implement ILP in the state till date, and whereas the state has legislated its own law to deal with the issue of illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx, the Meghalaya Resident Safety and Security Act 2016. And whereas the MRSSA 2016 provides comprehensive legal framework to regulate the entry, exit, and stay of the people from outside the state in order to ensure safety and security of the citizens, including identifying entry-exit points along the interstate border and establishment of facilitation centers. And whereas the state authorities have identified parcels of land for such entry-exit points and establishment of facilitation centers in order to give fruition to the objective of the MRSSA 2016. Now, therefore, this House do resolve to urge the government to complete the whole process of establishment of the facilitation centers at the identified entry-exit points with proper guidelines and to put in place all other regulatory measures as per the mandate of MRSSA 2016, read Meghalaya Resident Safety and Security Act 2016.
Yes, you may initiate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, this important exercise of this August House was a culmination of a long-drawn engagement, exhaustive dialogue, to see that in absence of the provision of ILP which could have been otherwise implemented in the state of Meghalaya to deal with this huge concern of illegal immigration and the uncontrolled influx. We all are aware of this fact that this has been, this concern, this sensitive issue of dealing with this illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx into the state has not been a matter of concern now, but has been from the very beginning. All the political parties have taken cognizance of this concern. People of the state are more concerned today than ever before because of the reasons which is just in front of our eyes. The other developments which have taken place in the rest of the otherwise tribal-dominated states, where the examples which alerted our people and which actually made our people to look at shouldering collective responsibility to deal with this issue, this challenge, in the best interest of our people and the generations next. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, immediately after the enactment of this act, there was active engagement again with all the stakeholders to give fruition to the objective of this particular act. If you go by the name of the principal act, itself is reflective of the meticulous engagement and discussion amongst the stakeholders as to how, in absence of a law which is enacted by Parliament or otherwise is a law which is under the purview of Parliament, we can also have our own legislative law with the mandate of this August House to deal with this issue. There has been ceaseless demand from the people of the state to convince the government of India to implement ILP in the state. It's not something which happened just recently. It has been there for a long, long time. Therefore, there has been engagement directly or indirectly. During that time, when I had the privilege of leading the government, I did try on the sidelines to read the mind of the people who were running the government of India, in other words, the mind of government of India, pertaining to agreeing to this request, this demand of the people and the state of Meghalaya. I knew fully well that it will be a tough call to actually get them to agree. I could see that it would be probably a kind of, wasteful engagement, because I knew that I would not be able to convince. Therefore, in order to ensure that we as lawmakers look at the space available within the legislative mandate of this August House. Now, while enacting any law, we have to fully understand that we do not go beyond the legislative jurisdiction of the state legislature. Therefore, it was a tightrope walking. When this proposed bill was scripted with utmost exhaustive engagement for a long time with all the stakeholders, the members who represented the civil society organizations on behalf of the people, and including the political parties. It was, while we wanted to put many more other provisions to see that what we want as a replacement, as an alternative to ILP could be possible, but then legislative jurisdiction doesn't allow the state legislature to go beyond. Therefore, whatever was available within the legislative jurisdiction were incorporated in this proposed bill And I'm grateful that all the political parties at that point of time agreed to pass this bill to give this bill to become a law. Now, in order to implement any law which is legislated, we must come with the rule to implement the mandate of the law. This also was completed, though it is always important to understand that any law which is enacted, whether by the state legislature or the parliament, there is a space for amendment or improvement at any point of time. So also, to script and format the rules in sync, in conformity with the mandate of the law in such a manner that it doesn't conflict with the mandate of the law so enacted. Therefore, it is a responsibility of the government to look at all the spaces available in as far as the mandate of a law is concerned and how to ensure that wherever necessary, if there is a felt necessary, nobody can stop the government from amending to give further power or rather to reinforce its mandate to be enforced in a manner that it becomes more effective to give fruition to the intended objective. Somehow or other, I felt that after the present dispensation took charge, I expected that, having understood the complexity of this problem pertaining to illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx, this particular provision of the mandate of the law can be taken cognizance of, and its application in a manner that will, to a great extent, help us to deal with this concern would be sincerely attempted. But the immediate response that I could see from the present dispensation, the current dispensation, was that after 2018, the first thing that the government tried to do was to amend this act. And in this August House, when the proposed amendment was tabled, I have also cautioned that we must always look at the legislative jurisdiction of the state legislature. The moment it crosses this jurisdiction, then the governor will not be able to give assent to the proposed piece of legislation. That is how the constitutional provision operates. We have the union list, the state list, the concurrent list. So the provision of the Constitution is very clear. We have to know where we should say, yes, this is the maximum limit that we can go, and beyond this is beyond our jurisdiction, beyond our legislative jurisdiction. But in spite of my repeated appeal, for whatever reason, amendment was pushed through. And what was the end result? The governor could not give assent. The moment any law legislated by state legislature, whether while bringing a new proposed bill for consideration or any amendment of any existing law, once it goes beyond the legislative jurisdiction, the Honorable Governor is duty-bound to go by the provision of the Constitution. That's the reason why the proposed amendment was sent to MHA for the necessary constitutional response, which requires examination of such exercise of the state legislature for legislation, whether it in respect of new law or any legislation for amending an existing law, in order to see that if it is within the legislative jurisdiction of the state legislature. The moment it goes beyond, what is the fate of the law? It comes back. Otherwise, it has to be Therefore, my point here is, rather than giving effect to the provision of this particular act, which is an outcome of long-drawn engagement of all the stakeholders in the government, including all the political parties. Today, we are asking Government of India, and in absence or pending the agreement to agree to implement ILP in the state of Meghalaya, we are not protected effectively by the mandate of this law, which otherwise is available under the mandate of the law. I would be very brief in this because there are many other important issues which is tabled by honorable members of this August House. But as far as this particular Meghalaya Resident Safety and Security Act 2016 is concerned, now yesterday, because similar issue was part of the discussion in this August House, in the first question of the day yesterday, which was pertaining to the government's new initiative to engage with Government of India to give effect to the implementation of particular law enacted by Parliament to address this concern of illegal immigration and influx. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the issue of illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx, we must always look at the nomenclature. While we use this nomenclature, we also have to be very careful in how we interpret. Because the concern is keeping in mind the population structure of our Khasi, Garo, Jaintia, and our tribal people in the state of Meghalaya. How any uncontrolled entry of people from outside and they're residing in the state, if they come as a tourist and go back, that is a different thing. But when this, without the presence of any effective enforcement through the mandate of the law, we cannot regulate the stay of people. Then we don't even know who is staying in our own neighborhood. We have been confronted with such kind of surprises in the past. Sometimes in the same neighborhood, we have people who are from outside who were actually wanted people, including terrorists, members of banned organizations, in some localities. We came to know only when the police ultimately raided their houses and arrested those people. This happened in Shillong, this happened in Tura. Therefore, it is this law which gives us a comprehensive, mandate of law to deal with these concerns. We are able to know who is staying, who is resident of our neighborhood. And this law also has given enough power to our traditional institutions. Traditional institutions. If you look at the mandate of this law, that it is not only the authorities under government, which we refer as the police, but also simultaneously the traditional institutions who are mandated, or rather who are empowered by the mandate of this law. In fact, we should remember that there was one particular judgment by the Honorable High Court of Meghalaya, by one of the then judge, now retired, questioning the legal validity of the headman. Yes. And the operational part of the judgment is self-explanatory. Therefore, it was necessary for the government to come up with a mandate through an enactment of law. And this is comprehensive. This also covers all this. The huge empowerment of our traditional institutions with this particular mandate of law. And how this law has to be read and understood from the perspective of its effectivity to give fruition to our objective of dealing with illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx can be easily understood if one tries to read and understand and comprehend and see how it can be enforced. The nomenclatures used here are very cleverly used in order to ensure that the nomenclature which is incorporated in the proposed bill, which ultimately became an act, do not become a reason for the law wherein the law so enacted may not be able to withstand a judicial scrutiny. Any law passed must be able to withstand the judicial scrutiny. And this law has withstood the judicial scrutiny. That is the reality, that is the fact. Yesterday, while we were discussing, in order to make long story short, I would like to come to the point. There was an indication that the Honorable High Court has come up with its observation. The operational part, we have asked the government to put it on the table of the House so that the members of the August House and the people will know. What is the operational part of that judgment? Has this law been not able to withstand the scrutiny of judiciary? Now, yesterday even the issue of entry-exit point was questioned. But I would like to read the section 17 of the MRSSA 2016, which reads, section 17 subsection 1, the state government may establish facilitation centers at such places and at such locations, particularly at the entry into and exit from the state as may be notified in the official gazette. Where is this word missing? Then subsection 2 says the facilitation centers so established in it shall be under the general direction control of the respective district task force. And all these district task force have been constituted prior to 2018, after the enactment of this law. And in order to give effect to this intent of this particular section and subsection of section 17 of this act, various other actions have been taken by the respective task force in every district. The task force, along with the involvement of members representing various civil society organizations, have identified all those possible so-called interstate entry and exit points. And based on that, lots of engagement have also taken place with the landowners, with the traditional institutions, even with the private parties who own those lands, all across North Garo Hills, all across West Garo Hills. The land, parcels of land have been already identified. The unfortunate thing is that 2018, I had to vacate the office of CM, and therefore it could not be implemented. But all those efforts of identifying the entry-exit points, wherein there was a very uphill task to even convince the people to agree to part with the parcel of land which belonged to them, which they have inherited. It was a difficult job. But keeping in mind the interests of the people and the state as a whole, they agreed to give those parcels of land, to establish those entry-exit points. Rather, to establish those facilitation centers at the entry-exit points. Whether it is in Southwest Garo Hills, whether it is in West Garo Hills, whether it is in North Garo Hills, whether it is in Jaintia Hills, whether it is in Rivoy, whether it is in other interstate borders. Lots of time and resources have been spent. This task force is headed by the respective deputy commissioners of the district. How much time has been wasted if we don't give due recognition to this endeavor and effort and the purpose, the important purpose and objective which is attached to this endeavor? Therefore, why is this law? Just look at the mandate of the law. Why is this law?
It is for the benefit of the state and the people. Don't we need this facilitation center? Yes, we need. Therefore, when the issue of establishment of facilitation center was challenged by one of the petitioners, one of the citizens, the whole adjudication process, government has to defend every provision of law that has been mandated by this August House. If the government does not see how we can defend and protect such important piece of law, then we are found to be wanting in our commitment and the resolve, which is so important in as far as this crucial, sensitive issue is concerned. We knew that if Government of India does not agree to implement ILP, then we must have something of our own, like having one's own baby, rather than depending on somebody else's child to depend on the rest of the life. So our own, the act which has been mandated by this August House, by all of us. So to demonize certain provisions and interpret through action that this piece of legislation is not good enough. Yes, it is not enough. But in absence of ILP, it is good enough. We have discussed about the challenges confronted by the uncontrolled illegal immigration across the globe. Different nations with stringent procedure adopted to restrict entry of foreigners. We tried for visa application to visit United States of America. It's so difficult. In fact, my eldest daughter never got a visa to travel to US. Yes. Many of our friends never get a visa to go to USA. It's so difficult. Many of these nations have such a stringent law to ensure that entry to their nations are strictly, rather they put in so much of stringent provisions to restrict the easy entry, even as a tourist, even as a student. But despite that, today all these nations are struggling because of the immigration that has taken place over the years, over the decades. Whether it is UK, whether it is European nations, or whether it is America, it is because of illegal immigration. The world is in turmoil. The hatred emanates from that. And today, therefore, prevention is better than cure. Why is today what we see in our own state is happening? It is precisely because of this, because we are failing to protect, we are perceived to have failed collectively, not just our distinguished members who are in the treasury benches, but all of us. We are perceived to have failed. That's why the anger and the resultant, all those, whatever is happening across. Now, in order to complement these things, we have worked on a number of programs also. While we implement certain programs, we wanted to ensure that our issue of this uncontrolled influx can be dealt with. I would like to refer to one particular provision which we have incorporated even while framing the program for submission to Government of India to be considered under externally aided program, EAP, which is being implemented even now, which was sanctioned in 2017, and today that is the main flagship EAP program which is transforming the state in respect of building innumerable infrastructures, particularly road, and the connected development associated with road. It's not confined to road. Here, while formatting and preparing this whole comprehensive proposal, we understood this issue of uncontrolled influx. Therefore, there is a component for labor management plan, because it says that all our studies show that labor influx for construction works can lead to a variety of adverse social and environmental risks and impact, such as conflicts between the local community and the construction workers, increased risk of illicit behavior and crime, impacts on community dynamics, increased burden on and competition for public service provision, increased risk of communicable diseases and burden on local health services, gender-based violence, local inflation of prices, and increased pressure on accommodation and rent. This is part and parcel of the program under MITP. So, having referred to the mandate of the MRSSA Act 2016, I am also indicating that, yes, we require comprehensive measures which amplify each other, complement each other, and create an enabling environment. All these provisions will be funneled together to achieve the objective. So, with this MRSSA, look at some more other measures, like while implementing the programs. Today, though this provision is there under MITP, it is not being adhered to. Go anywhere, the laborers are from outside. In fact, the implementation and building of roads under this MITP is rather displacing our own laborers. Therefore, these particular programs, again, therefore, there is a provision to scale up their skill, to provide all kinds of support system. Fund is integrated in this. Therefore, look at the other ways and means of doing things. But therefore, I think it is necessary that government of the day, under the leadership of a young passionate leader of the House, let us relook at this mandate. Let us look at how these facilitation centers can be put to place and operationalize all this. And let us revisit those areas which are so crucially required to create these infrastructures which will give fruition to the objective of this law. Though the other provisions of this law is already being enforced, I'm happy, but then unless we do this, it will not complement each other. And with this, there are also other measures which is intended to give the kind of teeth to the enforcing agencies to look at all kinds of movement of people and also to look at from the security aspect of the people who travel. I would therefore urge upon the government that government take this very submission with complete positivity, keeping in mind the impact of this mandate of the law that it can bring to deal with this concern to a great extent possible. It is not going to enable us to have 100% intended result, but it definitely has enough teeth to somehow enable us to integrate this mandate of the law with other existing provisions of law and other measures at the time of implementation of different programs. There are multiple laws which can be integrated, and just because this particular issue is tabled by me as a resolution, as usual, the opposition has to vote against the proposed resolution. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I think last time when we proposed this particular
bill to be considered by this August House, there was unanimity. There was unanimity. It need not come as a resolution, but then government should indicate that yes, it will examine it with complete, with utmost sense of sincerity and responsibility to give effect to all these provisions, which has become integral part of this mandate of the law. And accordingly, wherever needed, may the government look at further amending the rules within the mandate of the law. There is no need to go for any amendment of the Principal Act at the moment. But rules can be amended in a manner which can give complete framework where there will be no areas of different interpretation of the intent of every section of the law. With these few words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I propose this resolution to be adopted by this August House with the honest intent of giving effect to this law, which has been passed unanimously by this August House after having an exhaustive engagement, discussion, and agreement to give this kind of mandate to the enforcing authorities through this Meghalaya Resident Safety and Security Act 2016. With these few submissions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I once again appeal the House to consider this. With these few words, I resume myself.
Thank you. Now, any other members who wish to participate?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in the resolution moved by Honorable LO, Dr. Mukul Sangma. Today I raise here to support the resolution moved by Honorable LO, Dr. Mukul Sangma. ILP has been a long-standing demand by the civil society organizations of our state. There has been demand and protest in the past in this issue. It arose out of the insecurity from the people coming from outside, illegal immigration and unchecked influx. We always have taken the example of Tripura, where this Tiprasa people has become minority on their own land. So that example has awakened us, the Meghalaya. That is why the civil society organizations, they have put all their effort to bring ILP into Meghalaya. And in 2019, the House had taken a resolution unanimously to pursue extensively the ILP, to implement the ILP with the central government. But still, it is pending with the central government. We are without any mechanism as of now to check the illegal immigration and influx from the neighboring states. As we always have said, we share a very long border with the Bangladesh. There have been recent illegal immigration, undetected immigration from Bangladesh, which the newspapers have carried the news that some Bangladeshi nationals has been apprehended, detected, but without being detected also, some may have been inside already. When they are detected only, we are saying that they have been detected. And numbers we can know only when they are detected. But what about those numbers which went undetected. And the recent eviction drive being carried out in Assam, it is also a cause of concern because we are very near to Assam. And from Assam, they may try to sneak into our Meghalaya. While speaking on illegal immigration and unchecked influx, Garo Hills is worse affected with that. Just recently, like I have said, if something, like detection, apprehending the illegal immigrants will not take place, we would not have known the numbers. Like just recently, in the unfortunate coal mining tragedy, 9 Nepali nationals' lives were lost. If that mining tragedy would not have occurred, we would not have known the numbers of those Nepali nationals who have sneaked in to our state. And there are instances of illegal occupation of lands which I have been raising in this August House. In Moza number 3, illegal occupation of lands by non-tribals are taking place. But these non-tribals, we don't know, they may be from neighboring state of Assam. They have snatched the lands from the tribal people residing in plain belt of West Garo Hills. And these people needs to be checked, whether they are the genuine citizen of Meghalaya or not. And there are small things, like in the most villages, these people, they came in the form of laborers, carpenters, masons, which we commonly call mistri. They came in the form of them. But we don't have that mechanism to check where they are originally from. They will come, they will gain the trust from the local people. The local people, the tribal people, they have this simplicity and innocence, taking advantage of that. They will sometimes borrow money from them, and then they will go back and they will vanish in thin air. And the moneylender, he will not know the exact location from where that person belonged. And sometimes these people, they will come and they will stay for the small works like labor and, like I've said, this carpentry and all. They will come, they will stay in the house, and they will commit crimes. But the tribal people, being the simpleton, they don't ask for their original address. And this time also, they will again vanish in the thin air. And when they go to police station to file the FIR, the police will have no clue from where that person belongs. These type of problems are not rare in Garo Hills. And some of them, even from Assam, they came for better business and all. They are doing that. And there is no mechanism to check the identity and the original address of those people who are coming to do business in the tribal dominated area. Sometimes it has been reported in the hill areas that forcibly cattle lifting and snatching away of some properties belong to the tribal people has been reported. But to report, to file the complaint also, our people, our tribal people, they don't have any clue. They will just go and file the report, but if the investigation is done also, the police also doesn't have any clue. And the action cannot be taken on that. So these are the problems. And like I have stated in the illegal stone quarries, I suspect whoever work as a laborer, they must be from the neighboring state or maybe illegal immigrants. That is why if something happens like the serious crime, the killing of late Dilseng M. Sangma, police finds it difficult to trace them. So if there is a mechanism to check all those, like sir has proposed, MRSSA, then it will really help in detect those people who are coming into our Meghalaya. And if something happens, the crime is committed on our innocent and simple tribal people, it will help in tracing those culprits and giving them justice to the tribal people. I won't dwell much. Like the lanes from B Mohol also has been. It is under district council, but the people from outside, they have come and they have occupied those lands. Recently, there has been some eviction drive also. But if those people had not come to occupy that land, there would not have been any eviction drive. So, prevention is better than cure, like we used to say. So, it's better we act swiftly before the situation goes out of control. Like Tiprasa people, we may also be outnumbered by those illegal immigrants and unchecked outsiders. So it is high time that we think and put our heads together for this serious issue so that our own people can be safe and secure. It is our duty to deliver on this. Otherwise, the future looks dark if we don't act now. The NGOs from Garo Hills, they have been demanding justice for late Dilseng M. Sangma. So it will be a great justice to him also if we today accept this resolution and to implement the MRSSA 2016 in the whole of our state. I have heard Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, who is in charge home, speaking day before yesterday, that this MRSSA has been implemented in some pockets of Khas Hills. I would request the government of the day to implement this MRSSA in the whole of state, not only in Khas Hills. We, people from Garo Hills also, are expecting that, and we hope this government will surely take care of the concerns raised by whatever we are facing in Garo Hills. With this few submission, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? No, Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the very outset, I would like to thank the Leader of Opposition, Dr. Mukul Sangma, and the Honorable MLA from Dadingri constituency, who have moved the resolution that whereas the illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx in the state remain a major concern, and whereas to address this concern, there has been a collective resolve by the political parties and all stakeholders in the state to prevail upon the Government of India to implement ILP under the provisions of the Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation 1873 through a resolution adopted in this August House. And whereas Government of India has not shown any positive response to implement ILP in the state till date, and whereas the state has legislated its own law to deal with the issue of illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx, the MRSSA Act 2016, and whereas the MRSSA 2016 provides comprehensive legal framework to regulate the entry, exit and stay of people from outside the state in order to ensure safety and security of the citizens, including identifying entry-exit points along the interstate border and establishment of facilitation centers. And whereas the state authorities have identified parcels of land for such entry-exit points and establishment of facilitation centers in order to give fruition to the objective of MRSSA 2016. Now, therefore, this House do resolve to urge the government to complete the whole process of establishment of facilitation centers at the identified entry-exit points with proper guidelines and to put in place all other regulatory measures as per the mandate of MRSSA 2016. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would once again like to thank the Honorable LO for having brought this resolution. I think there is no doubt, I would not even use the word I think, I would rather say that there is no doubt that when it comes to illegal immigration and protection of our people and the protection of our land, it is the top priority of every single member of this House, and I'm sure every single citizen of our state. Let there be no doubt about that intent and that desire to ensure that there is no illegal immigration in our state. For the government, this has been one of the most important agendas to ensure that we are able to create a mechanism to be able to protect our people. For that, we have done multiple actions, and I will speak about them a bit later. But let me start by mentioning, sir, that the intent, the same intent that we all have, the same intent is the intent with which the then government had come out with the MRSSA 2016. So it's very clear, sir, that the intent was very positive, the intent was very good, and the intent was correct. But while that intent is there, and as correctly mentioned by the Honorable Leader of Opposition, we are confined and we work under constraints of multiple acts, multiple laws, provisions made by the Parliament provisions in the Constitution, and having to create a law to navigate through these complexities is really where the challenge lies. And I would like to dwell upon that for a moment. So let me go back to the High Court order, which was given on the 2nd of December 2021 in regards to the MRSSA. So the Honorable High Court noted, and I'll speak very slowly, sir, because this is very important words. The Honorable High Court noted that the provisions of the MRSSA, I mean 2016, are omnibus in nature, in as such as specific parameters for restricting and regulating the entry or movement of citizens at the entry and exit of Meghalaya were not specifically provided in the Act. This is the High Court order, sir. It says again, in as such as specific parameters for restricting and regulating the entry or movement of citizens at the entry and exit of Meghalaya were not specifically provided in the Act. And therefore, the Honorable High Court stayed the operation of such provisions during the course of the pendency of the PIL. Sir, again I go back to the point that we have to go through the entire scrutiny of court. The Act must and will be scrutinized by the judiciary. And that is exactly the challenge which the MRSSA faced. And as I was mentioning earlier, sir, that the court specified that the entry and exit were not, the parameters for restricting and regulating the entry or movement of citizens at the entry and exit of Meghalaya were not specifically provided in the Act. This really placed or put the challenge in front of us. And accordingly, the judiciary stayed this operation, and we had to close down the entry-exit gates that we had constructed and the facilitation center that we had created. That is the first case that happened. Consequently, sir, we approached the High Court again, and as you all know, we were right in the thick of COVID-19, the pandemic. And in that particular case, we went back to court, and the High Court observed that the use of the facilitation center was limited for identifying and screening persons, whether they were afflicted by the dreaded disease of COVID-19 or not. I repeat, sir, the use of the facilitation center was limited for identifying and screening persons, whether they were afflicted by the dreaded disease COVID-19 or not. This aspect came to be noted by the Honorable High Court in its order 22nd of February 2022. And at the end, the PIL, the earlier PIL which was filed, was disposed by an order dated 27th May 2022, was disposed in view of the fact, so this is the most important part, in view of the fact that the relevant facilitation center were handed over to the health department for checking of coronavirus infection. So technically, it was more of a health concern that led to, and many states were, in fact, doing this aspect. And court specifically mentioned, sir, I will take the time to specifically read out what the court, in fact, ordered in the second order that it said. And the court order says that the checkpoints are in place but it does not appear that anything untoward is being done for it, or the periodic checking has resulted in any serious impediment to free passage. So that the periodic checking has resulted in any serious impediment to free passage. So nothing appears to be there. This is what the court says. That is checking the free movement of individuals. Indeed, the petitioner says, that is the government, that the relevant gates have been handed over to the health department for checking for the coronavirus infection. And the activities at the gate were restricted to the same. The activities at the gate are restricted to the same, which means checking of coronavirus. Accordingly, the PIL number 13 is closed. Hence, the PIL at that point was closed, not because the court agreed to the provisions that were there or the provisions which were not there in the act, but because government at that point had said that these gates are, at that point in time, we were at the height of coronavirus, and that check gate was handed over to health department for entry exit. So I just wanted to clear the air around what the court has been saying. Sir, also, just to again add, sir, to what the court has mentioned again, that as per Article 19, subclause 1D specifically, provides that all citizens the fundamental right to freely move throughout the territory of India. However, for the purpose of India, this fundamental right is subject to reasonable restrictions under Article 19, subclause 5 of the Constitution. However, for the purposes of the said section to be provided, reasonable restrictions, specific parameters must be identified when the movement of the citizens can be restricted. The Honorable High Court of Meghalaya has noted that these specific instances are not provided in the MRSS Act 2016 as far as the facilitation centers are concerned. So, sir, we faced this kind of a situation where there was a lot of legal scrutiny as to the provisions that were there in the Act of 2016 and obviously as per the rules that were then created. And this is not our interpretation, the judiciary interprets, and this is the High Court that interpreted what I just mentioned to you, sir. And hence, we were in a very difficult position to continue with the facilitation center or to activate any of the facilitation center because the High Court completely has struck down the whole thing, saying that there is no specific, that there has to be certain specific parameters for identifying the restrictions and providing reasonable restrictions. We have to specify those purposes and instances which is not there in the MRSSA Act. This is the interpretation of the court, sir. This is not my interpretation. So I just wanted to clarify that one point. So second, I think it's also important to take one step back. Now, what is the MRSSA objective? And Honorable LO will be in the best position to give more light on that. But apart from many other aspects, which I don't want to go into, there were two main agendas that were to be achieved by the MRSSA. First agenda was, of course, to have a mechanism for entry and exit, to be able to check who's coming in and are they going out. That was the first one, and based on that, the facilitation centers had to be put up. But the facilitation centers that were put up for the entry-exit did not stand the test of or the scrutiny of the judiciary. And I explained, sir, that the only reason why the PIL was disposed of at the second phase was because it was handed over to the health department to act as a screening point for COVID-19. The second purpose was to then, of the MRSSA, was to register and keep a track of people who are coming into the state. Now, that of course is an area where activity is going on, sir. And just so that the House is aware, that till February 14, 2026, 817 localities and 427 sub-localities have already been registered till date, sir. So this process is on. I take the suggestions of respected and honorable members. Our honorable member from Dading has suggested that we should start the exercise in other parts of the state, in Jente Hills also, in Garo Hills also. And I definitely take this suggestion as a positive suggestion. And definitely, sir, we will move into that aspect also. So the second part of getting the registration and monitoring the people who come and stay in rented houses or different accommodations, and training the different headmans or nokmas or development committees, so on and so forth, this aspect can definitely continue. And I can assure the House, sir, as I said, if the Honorable LO will remember, that this was in fact discussed many times before also. So in the earlier first few phases which we had taken up, in the first phase, sir, we had only 9 localities. This was right at the beginning, sir. As correctly mentioned by Honorable LO, that 2016 the law was passed. And of course 2 years, for whatever reason, nothing was implemented at that point in time. But 2018, as soon as we came in, sir, we implemented. We started putting all the things in place. We started putting up the facilitation centers. And that's when the court came in and they struck it down. And of course, in the beginning, sir, there are rules to be made, there are lands to be acquired. So it's a process, I can understand. So the process happened. And by 2018, we started the process and we started engaging with the localities. And I remember multiple times this was brought to the House. So in the first phase, only 9 localities were taken up. Then there was a suggestion from the House that no more should be done. We went to the second phase. Then we took up 7 more localities in the second phase. Then, of course, more pressure came that no, this is not enough, please do more. And I gave an assurance to the House that we will do more. And I'm happy to tell you that in phase 3, all the remaining localities in Shillong area, including Shillong Municipal Board, Shillong Cantonment Board, civil subdivisions and different blocks, we have then created the different bodies that are there. The technical words I'm forgetting. So that the technical headed by Deputy Commissioner. So these committees were set up. And slowly and steadily, we started to expand. So in the third phase, after I gave a commitment to the House in the last session, I can't remember. So activity has picked up because we are learning, sir, as we move along. This is not a regular exercise. It requires a lot of coordination. Every locality, there's a different condition. Different leaders are there. Some support, some don't support. Some do support, but then they don't do the activity. They come for the training, but then they have to be pushed to again continue with the registration. It's a very tedious and complicated and not an easy exercise as it may sound. If it's automatic and everybody takes responsibility, which I hope that this kind of resolutions will send that message to the public, that this can only happen if all of us work together. If all citizens, publics, nokmas, rangbashnongs, everybody has to put in their effort. So, the question comes in that, okay, now we'll do this, but who's going to pay us to do this? So, we don't have provision to start paying every locality an amount every month to have a data entry operator to enter this. These were discussed, sir, and these are factual matters. So, we actually had to motivate them, saying that this is for your own good. So, you must do this. So, when we started moving, they said, well, give us computers. We don't have computers. So we can do for 100, 200, 300. But we have maybe close to 7,000 listed villages and maybe more than 12,000, 15,000 smaller villages which are there. So that's why the exercise is very complicated because it requires a lot of logistical support. And sometimes we don't get the kind of response at the grassroots level which we all would expect. But my point being that the second part is something that we are moving. And we will continue to move. which is the registration part and monitoring part, which I feel is a very, very, very critical and very important part of the Act. And this is something that we will continue to pursue and ensure that this happens. And as I said, I assure the House and the members that we will take special interest to ensure that in other regions, especially regions where there is more economic activity, there is more movement of migrant workers, maybe, so on and so forth, that we will take up this activity there. And I take this suggestion in a very positive way. And I assure the House that, that we will definitely go into this aspect, sir. Sir, apart from that, again, as I said, not to undermine the MRSSA in any way. As I said, the intent was correct. But as you saw, sir, the court has made its observations very clear. I don't want to repeat the language, but it has put that restriction right now. And because of that, sir, we are not able to move forward. And that's the reason why we went for the amendment. So that because we already knew ahead of time that this is going to be a tough point. The fact that the amendment did not go through, therefore, it did not impact the court order. The court order came out based on the 2016 Act, sir. It did not come out on the basis of the proposed amendment that we were thinking. And ultimately, the proposed amendment also did not go through because we were hoping that we'll be able to give more teeth, as mentioned by LO, to this Act so that we can actually pass through that test of the judiciary, which is what we got stuck with. And of course, there were multiple challenges. We know what happened. And because of that, ultimately, this ended up in MHA. And also, I want to just share with all of the members of the House that when this went to MHA, the written reply that came to us from Government of India was that the proposed amendments in the bill appears to have outreached the original intent of the MRSSA by seeking details of all persons rather than only tenants already residing in the state, entering into the state and providing for punishment for not doing so. So the proposed amendment bill appears to be violating Article 19, 1D and E of the Constitution. Now, so we had to do this. We had to do this because of the fact that the rules that were created and the desire of the people was to be able to check every single person coming in. And we were not able to do that based on the existing law and the existing, well, the rules said that we will now check everybody, but provisions in the law were not there. The provisions of the law stuck, as Honorable LO will know, stuck to criminals who are there or tourists who are coming in, so on and so forth. But as I said, that also had to be mandated in the Act itself. So that's where the clash took place. That's where the confusion took place. That's where the complications came out. And that's why we were not able to take things forward. As I said, sir, the original Act with its right intentions was absolutely in the right direction. But as I said, because of the different aspects and different conflicts with the law at the national level and also the observations that we got from the High Court, we were not able to proceed. And hence, as suggested, we need to make some amendments, but we are still in discussions with Government of India on that matter to be able to take it forward. And that's why, sir, we thought that this checkpoints and entry-exit points that we have been trying to put even through the MRSSA, which did not stand the test of judiciary, we thought that through the Foreigners and Immigration Act 2025, we should be or we will be able to get an option to implement that. So that's how things are moving, sir. We are exploring all options. And as I said, what is important to remember, which I mentioned even yesterday, sir, in my opening remarks, is that when we talk of any law or any act, and we say we want this particular act, so that creates a point of position for us. So what is our position? Our position is ILP. Whereas, it is important for us as a government and as a legislature to look at what is our interest. What do we desire to achieve? Not our position, but what we desire to achieve. Because desire to achieve is a mechanism to check illegal immigration. That's our mechanism. Or to check the influx, or to check the people coming into our state. That is the issue. Now, ILP or MRSSA or Foreigners Act in mix or as individuals may help us achieve that goal. But we are facing challenges in all of them, sir. So if part of this is happening through the MRSSA, somewhere we are trying to push ILP, we took the resolution showing our intent that we are serious about it, that hopefully we'll get the ILP, and we're still pursuing it, sir. The third part we're looking at in the Foreigners and the Immigration Act 2025, which I hope will be able to give us that provision which we require to be able to achieve this objective and this issue, resolve this issue of having that mechanism to check influx. So I think this is very important for the House to understand. So we should not. I think in the past also, sir, without going into details, Honorable LO will remember, sir. And I don't want to go into details because I understand that's how positions change, situations change. But there were arguments even between, Honorable MLA, who is not here today, of Nongkrem and Honorable LO when he was Chief Minister. When they did not agree that no, one said we should have ILP, then other said no, we should not have ILP. To the extent that the LO had even said that then CM had said that, you are changing your stand now. Earlier you said you want ILP, now you don't want ILP. So my point being, sir, that our positions can change. It's natural, sir, because we start to understand the pros and cons of a certain position. So what I'm trying to tell the House, sir, is that we should not be driven by a position. We should not be driven by the fact that, oh, I will not change my stand, ILP is my stand. We have to realize that we need to achieve our goal, not to win on our stand. Our goal is a mechanism. So how do we change? And therefore in the past also, and for me also, sir, sometimes I see plus in it, sometimes I see minus in it. My position changes based on what I understand better of the situations in the law. So these things happen, sir. But my larger point that I'm trying to make, sir, is that as legislatures, we need to go beyond position. We need to go beyond position. Our positions change in the sense that today I say that ILP is good, tomorrow I may say ILP is not good, day after I may say no, for Foreigners Act is good, I may not say it's not good. So those can change, but our objective remains the same. So I would like to urge the House that we should think in that positive term, be united in our efforts, and work towards that common objective of creating that mechanism to achieve that final goal, sir. Having said that, sir, what do we do with our laws and regulations is obviously a mechanism that we'll put in place. We're working towards that. We're doing our thing, our work, and trying to improve that, which is a continuous process. But at the end of the day, what is important is to remember that we have a larger socio-economic issue. Whether you talk of illegal immigration or whether you talk of unemployment, all of the other aspects, so these are all connected together. And at the end of the day, it is only by finding long-term socio-economic solutions. Number two, in the long run, ensuring that every stakeholder at every level plays their role and takes their responsibilities seriously. Only when these two things come together will we be able to find a long-term solution to tackle illegal immigration, sir. So that's one thing I wanted to say. Now, what do I mean by long-term, sir? So when you think of long-term, correctly as mentioned, today, why do illegal immigrants come into our state? If you talk of a person from Bangladesh, for example, wants to come in and starts, sir, they don't want to come to our state because they want to vote here. They don't. They're coming in here because of economics. They're coming in here because they're getting a job. The Honorable MLA from Dadingri mentioned that there were some individuals in a certain incident who are from a different country. Why do they come here? Because of economics. It's not they want to vote. But at the end of the day, they realize that the only way to earn and be able to get economics is to be able to get identity and be a voter here. Whereas if you look at many, many developed nations that are there, what do, sir? They create, and I spoke about this about, I think maybe about 10 years, almost 8 years back, sir. That if you look at other nations, I'll give example of Australia. They give you what they call a work permit. You can work, you can earn, you pay taxes, you can do everything in Australia. because they don't have enough manpower, say for doctors, for nurses, or other skills that are required out there. But what does Australia say? You can do everything and you are Australian in every sense, but you can't vote. But you can't vote. So that is how they created their system. I'm not saying we have to do it, but I'm just giving an example of what Australia did. They created a work permit because they said, look, we need manpower. We need to have workers. We don't have doctors. We don't have enough nurses. Our population is aging, so on and so forth. So they gave work permit, got best doctors, paying them well, but they will never be allowed to vote. Never. They'll never become full-fledged citizens. Now, what I'm trying to say, sir, in the long run, we have to realize that it's a socio-economic issue. Till the time our youngsters are not able to provide the similar skills that maybe people coming in from outside are providing. Like we had a big problem, and we always have a big problem of mistri, we call. I think, so you also must be having similar problems in terms of, even the houses or even your constituency work. I think every MLA must be suffering, especially Garo Hills. That as soon as there's a situation where there's a communal tension, we have very few people who are there to work in terms of masonry or mistri as we call it. So hence there's a need for our people to develop that skill, to be an alternative or be the primary providers of that kind of a service. I'm not saying that we take away people's jobs, but I'm saying that somewhere along the line in the long run, we need to work in that. So skilling is very important, correctly mentioned. Number two, sir, we need to develop entrepreneurship. At the end of the day, an enterprising economy, an economy where youngsters take calculated risks, build up businesses, and provide opportunity to local boys and girls, that is how an economy moves forward and economy changes, sir. And therefore, it's important that we push entrepreneurship. We have, in fact, as a government, we took initiative because we realized that there is a lot of problem of migrant laborers. So you must be remembering, sir, we came out with the Meghalaya Identification, Regulation, Safety, Security of Migrant Workers Act 2020. This was again done to provide that, again, mechanism to be able to have some kind of a registration and check for migrant laborers and migrant workers. Now, it's not perfect, again, as mentioned by Honorable LO. But we take initiative. We work out. We take steps. Sometimes it doesn't work. We amend the law. We move forward. We take suggestions of people. But I think the intent has already been cleared, sir. We are all for it. And we want this to be a situation where we are able to find the right mechanism. MRSS, as I said, has got two major sections to it, or rather two main objectives, apart from many other. The first one being the entry-exit is facing challenges because of the fact that it does not test, it's not standing the test of judiciary, and I've read out the orders of the court. In the process, we are looking at how we could amend and move forward, but again, we are facing challenges there too. So while that continues, I don't want to use the word battle, but while that battle continues, I don't have a better word right now, but while that battle and that situation continues, the fact that the MRSS say the second part, which is to do the registration and empower the local bodies, is definitely a welcome suggestion, sir. And as I said, we are moving forward in it. It's not that we are not. Every time the honorable members bring this subject out, we go even one step further. But I've told you the problems we face, because it requires a lot of pushing, a lot of logistic support, a lot of monitoring, and obviously as administration there are multiple tasks to be done. So sometimes we call the meeting, request, some do it, some don't do it, some localities take interest, others don't take interest. So it's a very, very complicated process to motivate people to do, but doesn't mean we won't try. We are trying, we have succeeded to a large extent, but I'm just appealing through you, sir, that if honorable MLAs, if honorable local leaders, if local locality traditional heads can also take that step and initiative to say, look, let's work with the government. Let's not just say this government's job alone, because ultimately it affects all of us. So let's work together. I think that could be one of the very, very positive outcomes of this discussion today. So through you, sir, I appeal that the MLAs and the legislatures, the legislatures and the public at large and the traditional heads, and especially the locality heads, if they could work with the government in a positive manner and support in the logistical support that is required. Government also will do whatever is possible, but government cannot do everything. So therefore, in that we require the support. As I mentioned, they're requesting that if there can be salaries be paid to one data entry operator in every locality, so that data entry can be done and an office can be set up, to office to be set up in all the localities. Computers and other infrastructure be given to all the localities. So we can do it in a phase-wise manner, but as I said, there are challenges and limitations. And of course, this is a very important issue, and that's why we went ahead and we supported also. But as I said, if localities can come forward and take some part of that responsibility and not just leave whole financial burden on the government, I think that would really help us to move forward in implementing that second part of the MRSSA Act, sir. So therefore, sir, I don't want to read the reply that was made by the department. It's a long reply. I thought it's better I speak directly on the issues that are there and address the concerns of the honorable members. And I hope, sir, with this explanation, I have been able to satisfy the concerns of the MLAs and the leader of opposition. As correctly mentioned by them, there is nothing that's perfect. There is nothing that is 100% that is going to be working fine, but it's our duty to try. And let me assure them and the whole House that government is leaving no stone unturned in the process of doing this, and we will continue to do this, and will assure the House that while we work towards finding a solution for the entry-exit gates, which will stand the test of judiciary and the scrutiny of judiciary, we will continue to work towards ensuring that the second part of registration and involving the localities continues. So this aspect and this thing is what I wanted to clarify. And with that clarification, sir, I would like to request the mover of this resolution to withdraw this resolution. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before I express my mind of withdrawing or not withdrawing the resolution, I would like to, at the very outset, thank the Honorable Chief Minister for being very exhaustive and for being pertinent to the points, which comes as a kind of hurdle in the whole process of implementation of this very important law that this August House agreed to pass, and it has become an act. Now, we know that there will be challenges at the time of implementation, because the whole provisions of this act itself has certain components where certain sense of restriction of people's right, fundamental rights will be perceived during the process of implementation. This challenge was discussed exhaustively, but here one thing is that this law actually is designed, if we go by the intent, so that it will be an enabling moment for us to understand how we should move forward to give fruition to the objective in a manner where probably we have to come back to this August House to have the appropriate amendment, for which I think a healthy discussion will always be important and necessary. Here, to give an idea, is that the initial intent of the Act was to ensure the safety and security of the citizens of the state by preventing anti-social elements from gaining shelter in the state, which might be detrimental to the peace and tranquility, to maintain public order and peace, to verify and regulate the tenants residing in rented houses in the state, to establish district task force and facilitation centers, to facilitate effective enforcement of various laws for safety and security of the citizen and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Therefore, this facilitation center and other measures are not to work in silo in as far as the mandate of the law is concerned. We have Foreigners Act 1946 and various other laws which is now to a great extent subsumed in Immigration and Foreigners Act 2005. But there are a number of laws. So while implementing, like we have the infiltration check gate, in Garobada we have, in Barnihat we have. So these are by virtue of the mandate of the existing laws which are enacted by the Parliament. So how we synergize our endeavor
So therefore, if the court's observation was probably without giving, because sometimes we have to also know how to defend certain cases when we are subjected to judicial scrutiny. But having said that, what I can understand is that the observation of the Honorable High Court is very specific, that in absence of appropriate parameters, the parameters in the law, in the Act, so that can be examined and appropriately amended. If the court observation was 2022, now this is 2026. So therefore, my concern was that, okay, maybe the government doesn't want to really look at this space which is available for the House to come back and give that kind of whatever is required to be considered by this August House to ensure that these provisions can be effectively enforced. And whatever is felt necessary to achieve the objective of the broader perspective, which is the collective intent, collective desire of the people of the state. Since we are lawmakers, I think we only understand as to how we should effectively fulfill our responsibility as lawmakers. Any law, but another thing is that at least this act, per se, even if we look at the observation of the MHA, Government of India, and the observation of the Honorable High Court, it has withstood the judicial scrutiny. It has, but only certain provisions in respect of the implementation of this facilitation center only. We use the word facilitation center, and if we look at the mandate to the facilitation center is also to a great extent to ensure that we are actually facilitating, we are not restricting. So how we dovetail the languages and nomenclature in the expected measures to further amend and give effect to this intent of the law, I think this should be something which the government should look at. I would like to, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us have a collective endeavor to see wherever needed for amendment and to give effect to the intent. It will help to a great extent because the multiple laws are there. How we implement those laws. Now, even if we want to really identify areas to restrict, if we go by the earlier law, Foreigners Act 1946, Section 3, subsection 2 of subclause, I think it is E. Anyway, it is in Section 3, where the restriction of movement of the foreigners are vested with various authorities. That's the reason why we have the infiltration check gate. Now, how many infiltration check gate we want to have and how we create that infiltration check gate, and also in respect of enforcing other laws which are passed by Parliament, which is beyond our legislative jurisdiction, and aggregate this, integrate this. I think that is how it can be designed. So with this observation, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to thank Honorable Chief Minister. But the fact that after having seen the observation of the Honorable High Court in 2022, I think lots of time has passed. And I agree that various other, rather beyond Shillong and beyond the Khasiat's region, this particular provision, other relevant sections of the law, which will ensure us to regulate the stay, entry, and uncontrolled entry and stay, unregulated stay, because that is where the main intent of the law is. I was referring to the challenges of the illegal immigration of nations which have got such a stringent immigration laws and measures, yet they suffer from the problem of illegal immigration. Because after entering, what they do, whether they go back, whether they return to their respective nations, that is the challenge. Here also, after entering, whether they stay or not, how we regulate through this mandate of the law, I think it is quite comprehensive. Further, more effective teeth we want to give, I think that can be examined, but it is necessary to not wait for any further. But I would like to, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, urge the government, urge the Chief Minister to really look at expeditious endeavor to discuss for further amendment and to see that all those observations of the Honorable Court and the judiciary can be overcome through an enactment of law. Law and order is a state subject. That's why we say that it is for safety and security of the resident. Therefore, I think there's lots of space to navigate as to how we nomenclature the words that will be incorporated in any amendment and the existing law. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to just get a categorical reply from the Honorable Chief Minister and assurance that at least this needed effort will be forthcoming from the government.
Sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you. I would like to thank the Honorable Elo for his positive suggestions, I must say. And as mentioned earlier, sir, that there are two important objectives that are there. The first, of course, is the registration and the task force and activating the villages and the localities, which is an ongoing process. And I assure the House and the Honorable Elo that this will continue in a much more aggressive way. But we look and we seek for support from local MLAs as well as from the traditional heads and leaders to work with us to achieve that. In the second part, sir, in fact, MHA has asked us to relook into the aspects of the MRSSA. So we have been given a mandate, I should say, by the MHA, saying that you need to relook into this MRSSA. So therefore, we are in fact working from the law department and our respected AG and of course the home department. So we are all, and the political department of course, so we are all working together in this and trying to exactly navigate through this entire very complicated web of laws and rules and counter rules and national level parliament rules and state rules and constitution, and seeing how we'll be able to achieve our goal, keeping all of these factors in mind. And that's the reason why we thought that the entry-exit points could be then validated through a law, which is the Foreigners and Immigration Act of 2025, having restriction and restricted area conditions put in, and then we would be able to activate the entry-exit point. So precisely that's what we are trying to do. But definitely we'll welcome suggestions, and if this requires us to engage with our political parties, we will welcome that, and we will have a session where we will discuss, or multiple sessions I should say, where we'll take suggestions from the political parties on this matter and see how we could navigate and figure out how the MRSSA could be amended and be given more strength. So all, as I said, sir, our intent is the same. We are all on the same boat in this particular objective, and let it be very clear to the House that we are very open to suggestions. We are very keen to find a solution. We have faced a lot of difficulty and challenges because of multiple reasons, but we are slowly and steadily moving forward. But as I said, I assure the House that we will definitely re-examine the entire aspect and see how we could bring in relevant amendments in the MRSSA, which would, again, as I said, stand the scrutiny of the judiciary as well as of the Government of India and the Parliament. So with this assurance, sir, I once again would like to urge through you to request the Honorable Elo if you can withdraw the resolution.
May I know the mind of the mover of the resolution, whether he wishes to withdraw or not?
Mr. Speaker, sir, my mind is very positive. I would like to say thank you to Honorable Chief Minister. Today's discussion pertaining to this very important resolution is definitely a reflection of the collective resolve and intent, and it proves our collective sense of responsibility towards this very crucial issue that we need to deal and address. So we look forward for all those collective measures. During our time, we did discussion with lots of stakeholders and all. I think that's how we were able to get the complete unanimity in this August House at that time. So with this observation, with this positive observation, and my power of anticipation, which says that, yes, we will overcome, I think I take this privilege to say thank you to the government and withdraw this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Since the mover, the Honorable LO, has withdrawn his resolution, now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the mover has the leave of the House to withdraw the resolution. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is withdrawn with the leave of the House. Now we take up resolution number 2. Sri Adelbert Nongrum MLA to move that this House do resolve to allocate adequate fund in the state budget towards developing much required venue infrastructure with modern day amenities at a suitable location in proximity to Shillong city for comfortable congregation of spirited people, young and old, at future events to be organized. Sri Adelbert Nongru, MLA, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to move a resolution on the rules 121 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business.
You please move first.
The text of my resolution is as follows. This House do resolve to allocate adequate fund in the state budget towards developing much required venue infrastructure with modern day amenities at a suitable location in proximity to Shillong city for the comfortable congregation of spirited people, young and old, at future events to be organized.
Okay. Resolution moved. You may initiate now.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and all the honorable members of this August House. As I would like to express and also to impress, not just to express, but to impress the House in regards with this very genuine subject which I'm going to deliver. Mr. Speaker, sir, with due reverence, I want it to be made known in this August House that at the start of this year, the state of Meghalaya got to witness the largest ever gathering of people at a single event. The location was an open field at Boirembong in Riboy district, and the event was held for 4 consecutive days. No, it was not cherry blossom festival. It was not a music concert of any world famous artist or band. But the crowd turnout at this event was way, way larger than any entertainment festival or music concert ever organized in the state. 20,000 people came on the first day, 50,000 turned out on the second day. The number doubled to 1 lakh people attending on the third day. And on the fourth and final day, the count was 1,80,000 people who gathered at the event. These numbers, yes, they sound unbelievable. And one needs only to look up images of the event online to be convinced. No government department or agency, no even management company, no political party, not even any church organization has ever before managed to organize an event that attracted the scale of audience. Mr. Speaker, sir, it was an independently organized event led by a group of 3 friends, a gospel musician and local entrepreneur named Willie, a chef called Atom, and a father devoted to more than 100 foster care children known as Pastor Cross. Just these 3 friends, but God willing, they managed to rally volunteers and partners who helped put together an incredible event to remember. The name of the event was Meghalaya Revival and Healing Festival. And Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Chairman, sir, why I am citing this event in this August House is because at the time when there is so much wrong, so much failure, so much hopelessness, when we look around a state, this event gathering is saying something else. Mr. Chairman, sir, we look around and we see that our beloved state is in the news for all the wrong reason. Our state is on national news for failure in governance and law and order. Although our state is projecting stories of success of government schemes and policies. Yet, on national statistics, our state is still prominent for its poor performance in education, in health, in infrastructure, and in employment. The despair is not just with government. There is despair in our society in general. And amidst all this wrong and this failure, there is an overall sense of hopelessness and of desperation in people of the state, especially young people. So at the start of this year, Mr. Chairman, sir, when people, young and old, from across the state and from even outside the state, gather in the largest number at Bhoirambong in Ribhoi district for the Meghalaya Revival and Healing Festival. It was indeed a significant event, even in the state, that speak of hope and change. Mr. Chairman, sir, the question that honorable members of this House might probably be thinking is, what relevance does such an event gathering have to merit discussion in this August House? Well, this is, after all, the House of Representative of the people. And as I mentioned earlier at the start, 20,000 people came on the first day, 50,000 on the second day, 1 lakh people on the third day, and on the fourth day, 1,80,000 people. Unimaginable. All these people who came were not from my constituency alone, not just from 17 North Shillong constituency, no, but from almost every other assembly constituency in the Khasi Hills, the Jaintia Hills, and even the Garo Hills. More than 90% of the people attending the event were young people. And very importantly, all of them are voters who are eligible to make a decision for hope and for change in the next assembly election that is only just 2 more years away. Mr. Chairman, sir, I'm sure not everyone would like to hear what I just remarked. So I quickly shift to a few questions which should certainly be of concern to this August House of the Representative of the people. When so many people came to Meghalaya Revival and Healing Festival, how did they reach the venue? Through all the highway traffic. Where did they park the vehicles, two-wheelers and buses? How far did the old and the infirm have to walk from their vehicles to reach the venue? Since it was a healing festival, was there suitable amenities for the sick and the infirm? Did it have a dedicated area for children? Were there adequate toilets? How was drinking water provided? All these questions beg the attention of this august House. Mr. Chairman, sir, I'm aware that this is the state legislature where we make law, where we frame policies, and where we allocate funds in the budget, and we do all this for the people. We don't ever forget it. We don't ever forget that. The people of Meghalaya, in large numbers, love football, love sports, so the government builds for the people playgrounds and stadiums, outdoor, indoor, synthetic turf. The people of Meghalaya, in also large numbers, love music. So the government builds for the people auditoriums, hosts regular concert and funds, annual festival. The people of Meghalaya in even larger numbers, cutting across church denominations, love to congregate together simply in pursuit of one redeeming faith. Yet the government has not in all these years have the wisdom to provide the people a permanent congregation venue with suitable infrastructure and modern day amenities. Of course, we see development of roads, water connection, and electricity suddenly coming to rural villages which happen to get the opportunity to host big church gathering like presbytery, synod, and assembly, etc. In fact, we must acknowledge that such church gathering in the Khasi and Jaintia Hills are really God sent for infrastructure development to come to that area. But what has not happened is for the state government to spend on building venue infrastructure for large church gathering at one permanent venue. That has not happened so far. Mr. Chairman, sir, perhaps many question why government should spend on infrastructure for people congregating at religious event. Well, it is not a new thing. We look around the country. Governments in other states spend big on religious sites, on developing infrastructure for the gathering of devotees, for religious tourism. We see it happening in North India, in South India, and in other parts of India. We see it happening even in other states of the Northeast. So it is not going to be an isolated case if government spends similarly in the state of Meghalaya. As it is, government already spends lavishly on lighting up Kendailat and decorating its street year after year for the festive gathering of people around Christmas time. Yet Kendailat will not be enough as a venue for a gathering of spirited people like the numbers seen at Bhoirambong at the start of this year. There is the option of Lariti Auditorium at Maudiangdiang in New Shillong. Yes, that is a fine example of good venue infrastructure. One that is definitely better than all the sports ground at Polo. But again, the huge numbers like the one attending the Meghalaya revivals and healing festival will not be fully accommodated at Lariti. It certainly has to be a larger area with more open space, multiple road access, and plenty of parking. Mr. Chairman, sir. So, it is up to the government to consider the suitable location because time is short. People want the Meghalaya Revival and Healing Festival to be held again around the same time next year, and they are expecting it to be bigger than the first time. It is very possible the crowd will double or more. The government, meanwhile, has yet to put things in place. But I suppose it won't be difficult for the government to come out with venue, infrastructure, as it is already in full swing, preparing for the hosting of national games in 2027. Now we know that the plan to host the national games in Meghalaya has been getting postponed for the last 5 years. And if there are no more delays, then venue infrastructure will be ready by early next year. The state of Meghalaya has won many belts. It has called itself the rock capital of India. It has made itself known as a football powerhouse from the northeast. It has promoted itself as high-end tourism destination. How about attempting something far lot simpler? Just as a state that provides spirited people, young and old, a suitable space to congregate comfortably in the greatest numbers for spiritual events that is a testament to their holy faith. Every year, the government allocates funds in the state budgets in various sectors, all intended to bring about a positive change towards the well-being of the people of the state. Therefore, I feel that allocating adequate fund for developing venue infrastructure with modern-day amenities is going to be very much in line with the positive intention of the government. And I do believe that government will surely not disappoint the lakhs of people across the state who were touched by the Meghalaya Revival and Healing Festival this year. I almost come to conclusion, Mr. Chairman, sir. In this August House, we as legislator usually are accustomed to deliberating on matters relating to material and monetary needs of our constituency, rights of the people we represent. Today, Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to move away from the usual subject and speak about something relating to the spiritual needs of the people, not just for the body and mind, but for the soul too. With these very few words, Mr. Chairman, sir, I conclude my submission and hope that honorable members of this August House will gracefully show support to my resolution, which is this House do resolve to allocate adequate fund in the state budget towards developing much required venue infrastructure with modern-day amenities at a suitable location in proximity to Shillong city for the comfortable congregation of spirited people, young and old, at future event to be organized. With these few submissions, I would like to resume my seat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Thank you. Any other member would like to participate? Yes, Barunik.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I rise to oppose this resolution, but I want to bring this resolution for the discussion positively, Chairman, sir. It is true that the church gathering is worrying about the place for a big gathering in the city, in Shillong city, and it has been continuing for quite many years. I have the opportunity, say 25, 30 years ago, to attend one of the big gathering of the Presbyterian Church where the celebration of 150 years has been done at Golfling, in that Golfling ground. I remember also I had the opportunity to attend one of the church gathering of the Church of God, where the assembly has been hosted in the Polo ground in that stadium, that big stadium. But later on, the government has changed and they have restricted not to allow in these two places to host big gathering of a church meeting. So it is the fact that now, for any big gathering to host in Shillong city, it is a matter of concern that we don't have the place to host. So my discussion here in this resolution, I just want to throw the idea to the government, if possible, to relook into this decision to restrict church gathering in a big stadium that we may have. Now we have big stadium that is being constructed. The construction has started already in Mauhanu. And we have the existing stadium here in Polo Ground. In Shillong city, we do not have a better place, a bigger place than Polo Ground, where we have the big stadium over there. My point, I don't think the church gathering will cause to damage the property or to cause any inconvenience while having a church gathering in that playground. If football can be hosted, if concert can be hosted, I don't see that the church gathering will cause any problem if the government allow to be hosted in that crowd. Yes, I agree, the government may have terms and conditions that any committee, any body who will have the gathering over there, they have to ensure not to damage the property and ensure also the cleanliness after the gathering, after the function. So, Chairman Sir, I want to throw the idea to the present government to relook into the decision about the restricting of church gathering in these places that we have. Yes, I agree with the honorable member who moved this resolution that it is very, very important if the government can budget to build new infrastructure. But we know also the fact, it is not easy. Even the government can sanction the amount to build the infrastructure, but to get the place in Shillong city, it's next to impossible. To get a sufficient place, it's next to impossible. That's why I want to impress the government that if possible, to relook into this matter and if possible to reallow church gathering to be hosted at Polo Ground, where we have in the Shillong city, which is the biggest place, and conveniently having the parking space also. So this is my participation on this resolution, Chairman Sir, in this subject. With this few words, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Any other member would like to participate? Deputy Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, at the outset, I wish to place on record my appreciations to Sri Adilbert Norum, the Honourable MLA from 17 North Shillong constituency, for bringing forward these resolutions to allocate advocate fund in the state budget towards developing much required venue infrastructure with modern days amenities at suitable locations in proximity to Shillong city for comfortable congregations of spirited people young and old at future event to be organized. And also, I would like to thank the honorable member from Mokorat Barrington. Sir, I wish to state clearly that the government fully endorses the spirits and intents of the resolutions. We share the visions that Shillong must have well-planned, modern and accessible public venue. It is our vision to shape Shillong into a culturally vibrant and inclusive capital city, where public spaces are not restricted to a few, but open and welcoming to all sections of society. Sir, the initiative innovations in the resolutions are not merely conceptual, and they are already being implemented on the ground as we speak, with significant progress visible across multiple locations in the city. A key example is the transformations of Watts Lake, which has been consciously opened up as a genuine public destination, and it is no longer simply a scenic viewpoint. It is steadily evolving into a lively civic space. Seasonal markets such as winter market, heritage market are being organized, offering livelihood opportunities to local entrepreneurs while adding vibrancy and activity for the visitor. Performances under the Meghalaya Grassroots Music Projects, MGMP, are now a regular feature, turning the lakefronts into an accessible leisure and cultural experiences for citizens. The pedestrian-friendly promenades at Watts Lake ensure that children, senior citizens, and sections of the society can access the space safely and comfortably. Today, this area have emerged as a welcoming area where young people gather, family spend time, small vendors and their livelihoods, and cultural expressions find a platform in this area, all within an inclusive and thoughtfully designed public environment. Sir, beyond Watts Lakes, multiple projects are underway across Shillong to expand open and public spaces, which has been stressed upon by the honorable member. The stretch along Wamukra River at Polo is being redeveloped as a Meghalaya first riverfront project, which is under full progress. And this will create a landscape open area, walking paths, activity zones, and safe gathering spaces for both young and old, boys and girls. Sir, at the heart of the city, even Barrick area is being redeveloped as an open public plaza. And this project aims both to decongest traffic and to create and organize civic spaces for public uses. Movements and communities interaction, and similarly, Kaphan Knowledge Park is being upgraded with better amenities. Improve accessibility, safer pedestrians, pathway, and improved crossings, and also ensuring that children, women, senior citizens, and young youth can move comfortably and safely in this area. And collectively, this project aims to bring public spaces into a purposeful use for recreations, gathering, performances, interaction, and civic life. Sir, this is a shift in urban thinking, and we are trying to move from the congested and fragmented areas to open, inclusive, and well-designed public space in such a manner. Sir, I would like to inform, which has been most stressed upon both the members, about the event fields. I am happy to inform the House. Presently, and the project is full swing as I speak, 17-acre permanent multi-purpose event ground is under development within the Knowledge City and New Shillong, which is near the stadium. 17 acre, which has been sanctioned at a budget of rupees 101 crore. And this is the mainly purpose which really stressed upon by the other members, which is a minimum capacity of 60, 70,000 plus. And along with parking surround, which is a very, very wonderful event fields, which has been constructed as I speak now. In Mokhonu, just near this football stadium. And also will include structural parking, sanitation facilities, green room, food court, utilities, and safety infrastructure nearby, which has been a wonderful design in such manner as by the modern generations. So this approach ensures that large-scale events are hosted in a planned and congestion-free manner, while Shillong City itself become more livable and greenery. Yes, we know, to get such a big space within the city is not so easy. In terms of parkings, in terms of congestions, in terms of road traffic. So therefore, government has decided to have the big event fields in the Mokhanu where the Knowledge City was there. Therefore, sir, the objective of this resolution to allocate advocate funds for a modern venue infrastructure is already being actively addressed through ongoing and sanctioned projects both within Shillong and the New Shillong area township. The government remains fully committed to building inclusive, accessible, and future-ready public infrastructure for our spirited citizens, young and old alike. So in view of this substantial measure already undertaken by the Department of Urban Affairs, and also all these suggestions, the point addressed by the other members is well noted by me. So with these few clarifications, as I speak, the purpose is full swing in all around this old city and the new city. So therefore, I request the honourable member to kindly withdraw this resolution to you, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to share my views before I take a decision whether to withdraw or not. Since we have heard the honourable member from Mokhorwat, from Mokhorwat, he did mention about Shillong City, even Honourable Minister in his reply. But my specific intention, requesting the government to kindly relook to, to other places which are away from Shillong. As you had mentioned just now, for the accommodation of 70,000, it will not be enough. As we have seen, we have witnessed the turnout of the believers, I may say, it was huge. Nearly 2 lakhs. So just imagine, maybe the coming years, in this very same event, maybe it will be unimaginable. So may I get your clarity on this?
Mr. Chairman, sir, the suggestion and advice by the Honourable Member is very valid. And yes, I have mentioned the 17 acre of event fields and nearby is a lot of space. We will explore the possibilities. We know it's necessary for the big event. Surely we will be trying to accommodate from the government side.
No, another one point, Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to seek clarification from Honourable Minister. Now, since we have seen, the need, the requirement of that recent event, we have acknowledged it was really difficult for those who are attending the events. If we talk about the parking space, the amenities which are required for that event. So it will be very, very difficult with this very present which you have offered in this August House, that 17 acres. I don't know whether it will be possible accommodate or not? May I get more?
Mr. Samasa, 17 acre is just the event fields. There is plenty of place nearby because in the knowledge there are 807 acre of land and the parking is separate, not including the 17 acre. And the road is very wide, it's a 4-lane road. So we'll explore this policy. We'll make sure that even big event fields, so is it possible to hold in this event field?
Okay. Since if that is the case, simply I will not just withdraw, but I'll maybe as a mover of this very subject, we would like to see the light of the day. So anyway, I have that hope, which I have already expressed in this August House, as I have already expressed, even I have expressed that through these events, we could see the light of the day, we could see the hope in our state, in the situation of frustrated, in a situation of exhausted, which we have seen, especially our beloved youth. So anyway, I hope that your assurances will gather the need of this event in future. Thank you. I will withdraw this motion or resolution. Thank you.
Since the mover has withdrawn the resolution, now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the mover has leave of the House to withdraw his resolution. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the resolution is withdrawn with the leave of the House. Now we come to the next item. Now we come to item number 3, motions. Now we will continue with motion number 1. The other day, Dr. Mukul Sangma, leader of the opposition, had moved the motion and was continuing with his speech. Dr. Mukul M. Sangma, leader of opposition, you may now continue with your speech on the motion.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I have moved this motion already, and the discussion was already initiated, and therefore I would like to just continue from where I left. The motion was to discuss the style of functioning of the Public Works Department, roads and bridges, with a special reference to the projects taken up under PMGSY, MITP, CRF, and interstate roads, and their mode of selection and quality of implementation thereof. Though there are many other interventions for the purpose of taking care of the need of the road infrastructure in the state, I have thought it will be only appropriate to focus in these particular interventions, which has substantial infusion of resources for the purpose of achieving the objective of each of the programs that has been embarked upon, both by Government of India and the state government. And while doing so, I would like to commend all those who have been responsible in creating this enabling framework interventions now available with the state as a powerful instrument, a powerful weapon to look at the different gaps in respect of this road infrastructure, realizing fully the challenges that confront the state, because the state has no other multimode transportation interventions available in the state except the road transport system. Having understood the responsibility towards this challenge to be addressed, now interventions have been initiated on a number of occasions for decades. But in spite of that, the
quantum of investment available under the command of the government has always been a matter of concern. It was always the availability of fund which always become the constraint, intent notwithstanding. So therefore, as we look at the investment strategy, these investment strategies for all these respective programs are so conceptualized and designed and formatted that we are able to implement program in the right earnest. We are guided by different guidelines, different parameters, different protocols of these respective programs, which is quite comprehensive, with the sole intent of achieving the desired outcome and objective in the larger interest of the people and the state as a whole. Mr. Chairman, sir, we have been all along talking about creating an enabling environment for people to ensure a sustainable livelihood. In fact, when we embark upon a number of livelihood programs, the challenge was the road network, bottleneck associated with road network. Unless we have all-weather road in a state like ours, which receives the heaviest rainfall in the world, the quantum of rainfall and the duration of monsoon, extended duration of monsoon, and also now erratic weather behaviors, which comes with massive element of surprise, require us to look at these challenges in the right perspective. If we want to ensure that all the interventions that we have embarked upon over the decades to empower people with an access to sustainable livelihood, to promote their standard of living, then people slip back. People who have achieved certain level of standard of living because of improvement in their economic status, they go back to the earlier poverty-stricken status. That is what we have been seeing. We have seen it. There are a number of measures. Now, another thing is that when we looked at various other Human Development Index, which is so crucial for us to position ourselves in terms of rating of as to how we have overcome challenges in all socio-economic front. We had serious problem in respect of the pathetic figure of Human Development Index, the high maternal mortality rate, high infant mortality rate, then people not having access to health care, people who started livelihood not having access to market, and children studying after completion of their primary, upper primary, not having access to secondary schools, higher secondary schools, and higher education because of lack of all-weather road and access to these crucial institutions which are so connected with each and everyone's life. And therefore, when we embark upon a number of initiatives under the comprehensive plan, which was designed and conceptualized to be funneled through some platform like IBDLP, Integrated Basin Development and Livelihood Program, which still remains as the most powerful platform for the government to funnel all those developmental initiatives. It still remains. It has withstood the test of time. And we can continue to amplify its application in a broader and diverse perspective to achieve the desired intended goal. The intended goal was to promote entrepreneurship and sustainable livelihood. How? By building partnership. How we define the integrated approach in Integrated Basin Development and Livelihood Program was building partnership to promote entrepreneurship and sustainable livelihood. Now, all these programs cannot be achieved unless we have all the necessary infrastructures related. That's why the engagement with various other financial institutions, whether it is in regard to creating access to education through ADB, Human Capital Development Program, and then World Bank to get further top up of resources over and above what earlier Government of India was giving for PMGSY. That's why we managed to have collective endeavor to convince World Bank to fund our PMGSY roads. Meghalaya, I think we should always appreciate the fact that Meghalaya was the only state from the Northeast, along with 4 other states in other parts of the country, who had entered into agreement to get the funding for all the PMGSY works with the fund from World Bank. That's when we started RRT2, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Today we are still in phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 also, many of the projects are still incomplete. We know the constraints, we know the problems, but we have also tried to overcome these constraints and challenges earlier. So the selection process is again guided by the guidelines. When we somehow deviate from these guidelines, then the projects are somehow not approved, because we have these very robust parameters formatted for the purpose of implementation of various programs under PMGSY. And this particular program is always approved by an empowered committee, which is chaired by the Secretary of Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. The Executive Committee, National Executive Committee for Implementation of PMGSY also is chaired by the Secretary, Government of India. And all these proposals of the states are scrutinized. And if we go by the minutes of these various executive committees held for the purpose of scrutinizing proposals and subsequent observations thereof, it is abundantly clear that there has been instances where the issue which were required to be corrected at the time of selection and implementation thereof be taken note of in the course of the discussion, and the states were required to respond and accordingly correct. Now, if we go by this observation, we can very clearly see how, in spite of our attempt to sometimes improve the specs of various programs taken up under PMGSY, the Government of India at the level of this committee has always come up with an observation and always has created that check and balance mechanism, and which are reflectory, which are self-explanatory through the minutes of these different meetings which has taken place over the years at the level, at the national level of the Executive Committee, held for the purpose of this scrutinizing of these schemes. Now, Mr. Chairman, sir, here, one very pertinent point I would like to point out in respect of PMJSY is that whenever there is a proposal, the cost for conversion from Kacha road to all-weather road, that means the other pavement-related works with the bituminous surface, etc., are governed by a rule of thumb based on the SOR. And every time these meetings have an exhaustive discussion, every project is discussed in minute details. Therefore, the space for correction of any possible inflated cost, which is very important and which is very, I must say, indispensable exercise required to be observed by every concerned authorities who are responsible for implementation of this program. Now, therefore, when we look at any program taken up
within the state of Meghalaya in respect of these PMGSY programs. And we are again given the insight into how things are observed and costs are regulated, and after which approvals for implementations are given. I would like to refer to one para of many such minutes of the empowered committee meeting held on the approval of these project proposals submitted by the state government under Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana 3 PMGSY. This is particularly about the minutes, which was the minutes of the empowered committee meeting held on the 16th March 2023. This is only for reference. If we go to every such minutes, we will see similar observations, which gives us, certain form of direction as to the direction which is required to ensure that every single paisa under the public exchequer is utilized in the right earnest to get the right kind of outcome which it is expected to give. And the state is protected from any possible inflated costs at the time of implementation. Here, the para 5 of the minutes, here it refers to the average cost. I would like to share it for the information of this August House. For the para 5, sub-para 1, for 3.75 meter carriageway width of roads, average cost of the works sanctioned in the state under PMGSY2 in 2018-19 was 68.67 lakh per kilometer, and for work sanctioned under PMGSY2 in 2019 and 20 was rupees 80.32 lakh per kilometer. For 5.5 meter carriageway width, average cost of the work sanctioned under PMGSY2 in executive committee, the average cost was 120.93 lakh per kilometer, and for 3/3.75 meter carriageway width, and rupees 145.85 lakh per kilometer for 5.5 meter carriageway width. Now, the cost has been reduced to rupees 91.60 lakh per kilometer for 3 and 3.75 meter carriageway width, and rupees 115.74 lakh per kilometer for 5.5 meter carriageway width. State was advised that the cost has been reduced to some extent. However, there is still scope to bring down the cost. That is the observation. This committee is supported by all the teams required to come to this conclusion from the technical perspective, from the cost perspective, based on the schedule of rates of different states. Now, why I'm referring to this is that whereas for PMGSY, because of this check and balance system adopted, this cost is being rationalized. For what? For protecting the interests of the state and people. But on the other hand, in respect of schemes taken up under different categories, which I have referred in the motion, including other state rules, the cost is, the difference of cost is not just double, more than triple. In fact, this one example is, I visited number of roads based on the demand of the people in the western part of the state. Recent visit to Southwest Garo Hills, when I
looked at every stretch of road which was being taken up under different programs, MITP, PNGSY. One glaring, it is only one example I'm giving. I will not dwell on many other examples. It is available with the department and the government. Now, one particular road, just before reaching the police station of Mahendraganj, 1 kilometer. The scope of work is to strengthen the existing pavement. The widening and other formation is already 10 meter done earlier. But here what happened, only the remaining, the usual further improvement, strengthening and improvement of riding quality, besides other geometrics as per the scope of work, road geometrics to ensure proper cross drainage, etc., which is so crucial for the durability of any paved road, particularly bituminous road. Now there, 1 kilometer, almost 4 crore. Almost 4 crore. Now therefore, this is something which I'm bringing before the August House for the notice to be taken by the department concerned and the Deputy CM in charge. This is funded from RIDF, and who has approved this kind of highly inflated cost? Who are those officers who are engaging in this kind of exercise which proves beyond reasonable doubt that there is no sincere effort to put this check and balance to see that such highly inflated estimates or cost can be scrutinized in right earnest and rationalize the actual amount of money which is being spent for. In the instant case, I think it is only befitting for me, having brought this to the notice of this August House, and having given this specific example. It is a specific example. I have drawn the attention of the government, and particularly the Deputy Chief Minister in charge of roads and bridges, in all his wisdom, to take cognizance of this particular point and institute an inquiry to the background leading to approval of this particular amount for this particular work with the scopes of works thereof. Similarly, many of the roads under MITP, if you go by the estimates, there is reason to believe that this check and balances to determine the actual cost which is required genuinely for the purpose of ensuring completion of the project, if put in place, but it gives us a reason to question if proper check and balances are not being seen to have been observed, or rather no attempt has been made to enforce such check and balances, then it will be interpreted that knowingly, even having after known, the concerned officers or the authorities have not looked at the binding and sacred responsibility of protecting the interests of public and protecting the interests of the state, leading to unnecessary inflated costs which otherwise could have been used for covering more roads. Now, if 5.5 carriage width has been implemented with 115.74 lakh per kilometer, we understand that there is a almost, SORs, schedule of rates are always therefore required to be updated. Schedule of rates shall govern as to how the estimates and detailed project report vis-a-vis the cost required for the implementation of those works, depending on the bill of quantity, how they need. Therefore, it is necessary, therefore, to look at implementation of those programs from the cost perspective. And who have approved those
proposals, and there must be accountability. And if this gives us an indication that there was a omission and commission from the side of the authorities concerned, wherein the interest of the state is not protected, then action should be taken. So therefore, I call for review of all these programs from the cost perspective. It's all available. In fact, there are a number of programs which have come out through reply to unstarred questions. I usually go for unstarred questions because we get all the information. Now, those are reflective of the similar trend in other departments. Projects which can be completed by 5 crore, the actual cost of that project is 10 crore, 11 crore. Where some project is implemented with 10 crore, similar nature of work, just another 20 kilometers, it is 11 crore. These things are happening. Therefore, it is only appropriate for me as honorable member of this August House to draw the attention of the government of the day. Now again, let me look at how every program that we looked at for infusing such kind of investment to cater to the needs of this road infrastructure, and which can be which were designed to ensure that along with the intervention for construction of road, there are other interventions which automatically require to happen to ensure sustainable livelihood. The optimum benefit and outcome of such infrastructures created for the overall and inclusive socio-economic growth, which can position the state, in a much more stable position from economic perspective, wherein the various interventions of the government for sustainable livelihood and entrepreneurship will not get derailed because of the circumstances and situations thereof. Now, one very important interventions which was embarked upon, which was very exhaustively conceptualized during our time, which is reflected by the objective of the program itself, is pertaining to Meghalaya Integrated Transport Project, MITP. Now, this component of MITP is not confined only to construction of roads, but is designed to ensure that the construction of road has its own natural positive impact on socio-economic growth of the people, resulting in ensuring sustainable livelihood and entrepreneurship, access to all those facilities and whatever are created for ensuring them, including access to market, access to healthcare facilities, access to educational institutions. And to ensure that these interventions are also designed to look at the social needs of our people, particularly the indigenous tribal people. And there's a component which is called that Indigenous Peoples Development Plan. And tribal peoples policy framework which will give effect to that kind of plan in a very comprehensive manner, which is included in the overall intent of the program, overall parameters which is enshrined in the program itself at the time of submission, at the time of approval, and they need to be part and parcel of those guidelines and parameters at the time of implementation. Now, last time I have tried to seek the information on this during the question hour, but it could not happen because Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, who looks after roads and bridges, was not vested with this responsibility, or in other words, PWD roads was not vested with other components of work which are funded by this MITP. Therefore, Honorable CM had to intervene. But my point is that whereas this program is designed, because we already have various programs, Interstate Road Program by Government of India, CRF, Central Road Fund, which we are availing from Government of India,
besides the national highways, also besides the schemes, roads which are covered under PMGSY. Therefore, this MITP, integrated, it's integrated. Now, in order to supplement that also, PMGSY, we had these other interventions under Meghalaya, which is again funded by World Bank. Because PMGSY road will go through the middle of the village, the habitations are all in the hillock. So the mothers who need to go to the hospital for delivery, the mothers cannot come to the main PMGSY road because our habitations are so scattered. Therefore, we call it integration, integrated. Since after trying with this Meghalaya and other interventions, Honorable Chairman, sir, you will recollect that interventions as BTRRS, Black Topping of Rural Road Scheme, which was to amplify all the works taken up under MGNRHS. Roads constructed which are not all-weather road can be converted into all-weather road. I went to Maupanlur for initiating that our regeneration of catchment areas and springs. We chose Maupanlur because it's a beautiful place. If anyone hasn't gone there, I think they must go. So the initial road which was constructed by PWD was in a very dilapidated condition. I remember when Tuberlin Lingdo was the then PWD minister, he tried to sanction this, but then it was already dilapidated after so many years because of the wear and tear of weather. Then after going there, we saw beautiful black topping road, signboard, black topping of rural road scheme on the road constructed under MGNRHS. So these are all concepts which we embarked upon, wherein we understood the approach of so-called convergence, funneling funds from different sources and integrating these funds to get that expected outcome. Now, therefore, having learned from those experiences, when we planned this program, which was agreed upon by World Bank, MITP, we ensured that, I remember again, the government then was on a number of times criticized that Meghalaya, after so many years of statehood, you still have timber bridges. So many times media carried in the front pages. Friends visiting from Delhi, trying to create that perception as though government of Meghalaya was doing nothing, and then saying timber bridges, timber bridges. I remember when I got elected first in 1993, all the bridges to Ampati, Mahendraganj, everything was all timber bridges only. Oh, even now I went to South Garhwals recently, to Salki, Rongrakhamgri. How many bridges are there which are all timber bridges? But this MITP is designed in such a way that all those areas which are not otherwise funded by other sources of fund, particularly PMGSY, we take this as another amplifier, source of fund. Here, what is the scope of work which should be taken up? To support construction and rehabilitation of strategic state highways. I was asked by one of our senior colleagues, Doctor, what do you mean by these strategic highways? You are giving fund only for in the name of strategic highways. There was a special plan assistance which we utilized for taking care of these strategically important, critically important, all kinds of roads, because we were confronted by all kinds of challenges, law and order, militancy, terrorism. So some roads are so crucial for law and order. The moment we are confronted by this element of surprise, if, God forbid, there is an emergence of terrorism and other things, other anti-state elements, forces, we are frontier states, we are vulnerable northeastern states, then what happened? The law enforcing agencies cannot reach the destination. That was one of the crucial reasons why our security forces had lots of challenges. Therefore, these words, strategic, strategic state highways, strategic roads,
and major district roads. These are nomenclatures which are, with every state, including strategic and standalone bridges. Standalone bridges. Replacement of semi-permanent timber bridges, which are in dilapidated condition. Mr. Chairman, sir, it doesn't end there. Pilot projects of ropeways. I remember we tried to get money from NEC for one of the very important project which could have been, another amplifier intervention which would have amplified our effort to further value add a tourism destination in the constituency of Honorable Deputy CM.
Already 2 o'clock now. So in exercise of Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, I am to extend the sitting of the House till 3 p.m. today. Okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. And I would like to thank you, the Deputy CM in charge of Parliamentary Affairs also, for indicating this accommodation last time when we talked about this. So it's smooth. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. So where was I? It's a beautiful program. In fact, it's a baby of the Deputy CM himself. I don't know whether they have met it or not till now. Last time I asked last year, he said not yet. That ropeway in your tourism destination, in the tourism destination of the constituency of our Honorable Deputy CM. So there's a component here. Pilot projects on ropeways, non-PMGSY roads, and footbridges. Not just the motorable bridges, footbridges. Why? Because across Simsang, when I went to other parts, the villages on the other side of the Simsang River, I was confronted by, because I have the habit of asking Angjong, my class one poraya, young man, what is your, how far have you read, this and that. Everyone, class 7, class 8, class 7, class 8. That was in 2011-12. That's a fact. Then I talked to the elders, the local leaders. I confronted them. Many of them are my clan. We have so many clan land there. So I talked to them. Why are you doing this? Why are you not sending your children to school? Why are they school dropouts? Then they told me, you don't know our problem. Look at how many high schools, how many secondary schools are there? None. From Daribok till Bolkhangri, only Bolkhangri had one school. And all those other villages, because they could not cross the Simsang during the monsoon, it is utterly impossible for anybody to cross Simsang during monsoon. Children choose not to go to the school. Parents choose not to send them. So that's why these interventions, footbridges, shortcut to market, shortcut to healthcare facilities, shortcut to educational institutions. This is conceptualized. I have spent lots of time to author this program. Having known all the constraints that the government, different line departments have. So many of our MLAs used to come request. So many MLAs used to be confronted, sir, we need footbridge, we need footpath. Where do we get money? But money is here in MITP. Money is here in MITP. Till now, we have not been able to spend this money. The initial amount which was earmarked for the phase 1, even that is not yet spent till now. So therefore, there is a need to comprehensively look at and be aggressive in identifying. I think we are being very selective. Maybe that's why sometimes if we become selective, then you have to reject many programs and then delay. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have felt it necessary to also share this so that all our distinguished members of this August House will know that money is there and that money can be utilized for all those multiple interventions beyond construction of road, which is for ensuring having motorable roads, other than motorable roads. Here, the component will support investments through pilot projects on improved transport infrastructure to reduce congestion and improve urban mobility, road safety demonstration, corridors, and technical assistance. All those technical assistance. Appointing consultants for all those related work. Money is here, but I see many departments are appointing different consultants from different funds. Money is already here for this comprehensive. I saw one component for which I have tabled cut motion, Department of Transport System, another separate consultant for another. Money is already here. So there is a need to scrutinize this money, how this is being used. Are there duplicacies? Is this money being spent for something else and again some other appointment? It's necessary. Too many scope for abuse of the availability of fund. If every single paisa that is voted by this August House are not put to scrutiny, that is the reason why we ask all the time, as far as the passing of demands are concerned, whether it is supplementary demand or the demand for grants, every demand must be subjected to scrutiny by this August House. Rest, if not, it becomes very difficult, having had the experience of running different departments in the capacity of minister, deputy chief minister, and chief minister. We know, as ministers, sometimes we are not aware of any deviation from the norm and guidelines. And any misadventure of some of the authorities in the chain of delivery system to resort to omission and commission, resulting in inflicting damage on the interests of the state and the people as a whole. Therefore, it should be taken as an attempted sincere measure from our side to draw the attention of the government to look at all these things. In fact, the other component is modernize transport institutions and to modernize the overall transport sector management, where we should have transport sector modernization plan, which involves multiple departments: PWD, urban, police, agriculture. In this provision, roads which we have constructed, if there is no commercial vehicles to facilitate transportation of the people, particularly this program is designed to benefit the tribals. That's why the Indigenous Peoples Development Plan. Now, what does the Indigenous Development Plan in respect of this program says? The project are expected to facilitate, the project that's so designed should be expected to facilitate development of roads within district. These roads also seem to have potential to boost local level trade and improving linkages of the villages in the interiors with the local and regional markets. If we don't have access to market, if there is no trade and commerce, all the perishable goods of the farmers, what happens? We know that. And in the absence of the availability of those produce which are required to be bought by our people, if there is a huge gap between demand and supply, the price shoot up. We have seen it during the pandemic. So, local and regional markets, for better acceptance of the project intends to create benefit sharing arrangement with communities along the project roads. And based on the careful consideration of this potential, I think too many papers, so sometimes please bear with me. I'm just trying to do something which will benefit all of us. So, where is it gone? So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the idea of this is to further ensure that along with the construction of roads, the activities in consultation with the community have to be selected. In consultation with the communities,
Now I have heard many of our distinguished members of this August House, our honorable members themselves, sharing. In fact, last time one of our members, honorable member of Rongjeng, and yesterday I heard our honorable member from Pulbari, and many of us from both sides have expressed this concern that the honorable elected members of this August House, honorable members of this August House, must also know what are those interventions and where are the money coming from, what are those interventions. Otherwise, what happens? The projects will be in the darkness. That means no transparency. No transparency means it is being done in darkness. Then there is a scope. There is a scope for omission and commission. Deterrence is the involvement of the communities. Therefore, when people will be so amazed to see that this particular intervention of the program, which is designed to create road infrastructure, also should have all those other facilities funded by the source of the same, funded by the same source of fund. Construction of market sets along the road at convenient location in villages to sell their green produce. Within brackets, so many things. Vegetables, fruits, blah, blah, blah. Then provision of street light and footpath in habitation areas along the road sections. Crucial to ensure safety of the pedestrians, the elderly, the citizens, the school children. Therefore, factoring the road safety measures while designing the road and building the road, along with the convenience which is required to be created, is comprehensively included here. Then, development of safe playgrounds for cultural recreation activities. Now we see lots of fund is being given for construction of playfield, this and that. So where is this fund coming from? We have to know whether this money is being used or some other money. If this money is being used, it has to be done by identifying those interventions in those areas in consultation with the stakeholders and communities. This is what the program says, the parameters. Now, if somebody goes to court that this is the parameter but the government has violated, there will be some stay in this program. Unless somebody does it, I hope nobody does it, because government will take course correction. Transparency. That is where transparency. Look at how painful it is to design this. You are having a road. So nice, but then so many things should happen along with that. Skill development, backyard farming, poultry, piggery. See? Organizing capacity building of the community institutions to take up the proposed activities which are diverse. I have not seen even one such consultation program. I don't know. Has it happened under this program? Therefore, if the program has been so painfully designed by us earlier, by the authors, at the time of implementation, I have the right to question. Therefore, I would only like to urge upon the government. I have already flagged the cost factor, then another one is the mode of implementation. The mode of implementation, all those interventions, the access to market, providing of the vehicles. Now in 2023, before the election, rather 22-23, we saw sudden release of vehicles, which were done haphazardly. Whether these vehicles were bought from this fund under MITP to give fruition to the objective of this project. If not done, in the long run, when this whole process of auditing will be done by the World Bank and other subsidiary institutions who are required to do this auditing, the state will receive a red flag. This is how programs under EAPs are scrutinized and preference is given at the time of approval of various proposals which are submitted through Government of India. We are fortunate that Meghalaya was able to position itself as one of the states which has demonstrated strict fiscal discipline and adherence to various parameters under Fiscal and Budget Management and Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, FRBM. And that is how we qualify to get more and more fund, and you are flushed with money. Even Government of India today say we have to put a ceiling. But Meghalaya qualified because of all this extensive, comprehensive work, which were authored with people in our mind, which were authored with the mothers who are not able to reach the hospital because of not having this type of interventions, which was authored to ensure that our children don't become a victim of lack of connectivity to access to institutions and schools to pursue their higher education beyond class 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is how it is. Therefore, then another one is the connecting of those areas which are of tourism interest. Warisora. I saw one intervention from 8th mile of Tura Dalu Road. After 15 kilometers, no more road. Why is it in a piecemeal? Don't we have the money? It is one of the most crucial roads to connect to this tourism destination. In respect of western part of the state, the only tourism destination which is seeing biggest footfall and which is generating interest of tourists from outside is Warisora and other areas along these difficult areas which require to be connected. I was in Mumbai. Then somebody said, sir, I want to go to Meghalaya. So I said, where do you want to go? I want to go to Warisora. I said, Are, you haven't heard about Cherrapunji? Sir, but I am tempted to go to Warisora. See? So this is what it is. And tourism department must come up and do due diligence to identify those areas of tourist interest. Our people are tempted to jump to a conclusion. I saw last time when all the allocations of fund for developing some tourism tourist destination was, which was approved and will be implemented, was available in the public domain. The people of Garhwal said, everything in Khasi Hills. Why? Because of the perception generated. Because the tourism department has not done its enough homework. During my time, I have also told, these are the tourist spots. And you have to indicate that. Only then, all this fund will be qualified to be spent. PMGSY had one component, which was for connecting those areas of tourist interest, which can improve, the hospitality sector and generate employment. So, what we did, I'm just giving an example which the tourism department must follow. We created some identified destination. In the Durama area, when we were inflicted by the menace of militancy and terrorism. So when we identified those programs, that falls under the constituency of our honorable member from William Nagar, honorable minister in charge, PHE, not in my constituency. In Jakopri, in Nengmandal, in Gatokri, in Amphangri, in Mandalgri. That's how we qualified for that 17-kilometer road, PMGSY road. Otherwise, if we go by population, what is the population of Amphangri? But because of that instrument, which we weaponize to say that these roads, these areas, these villages qualify because they are tourism. So that is how many of these schemes, our officers are brilliant and good in doing this. They know. We must tell them that money is available. Now, that phase is gone from PMGSY. So we have missed the bus. But we must engage with Government of India. Look, you have put this space for a very short duration. Kindly open this window again. Because I think, as far as Meghalaya is concerned, the most sustainable livelihood and entrepreneurship that will be available for our children for generations and generations is the tourism sector and all other associated activities which is connected to our culture, our way of life, agriculture, horticulture, all these things. So therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is necessary for these departments to sit together. And this beautiful Shillong Abri, I didn't know about this Shillong Abri until I became an MLA of Songsa. It is the so-called, which is referred to as Balpakram. Meaning, Balpakram the land of the spirits, was initially in Shillong. Some of our distinguished distinguished members who represented their respective constituencies, who are not the present members of this August House, when I talked about this, very elaborately they explained to me. I told them, please write a background of this, because we will not be able to reproduce the same background of these important tourist spots, which are so connected with our Garo, way of life, our culture, our history, our background. Then there's so many. In North Karo Hills, in South Karo Hills, we have these Damrung River. Damrung River, there is one beautiful waterfalls across Gabal. And that area is shared by our Honorable Minister Tourism and me. His is other side, mine is other side. And look at the road. When we go to that area, we have to go through Rongrong. All the bridges are in dilapidated condition. Whereas this is the priority. All these dilapidated roads. Rongrong Road, it is a market. The market available for all those people who are in the most difficult areas. So access to market, access to school. On the other side of Damrung River, the villagers, the children cannot cross this Damrung River during monsoon. School dropouts, class 7, 8. This is where our priorities should be. The areas of concern should be where the developmental gaps continue to exist. These interventions are brought to address these critical gaps in our infrastructure. Therefore, footbridges for the children to go to the school. On the other side of Damrung, there is no school. They have to cross. PHC, Rongrong PHC. How will the mother cross the river? We try to give boats. I have given boats. It cannot create that kind of situation where people can cross through boat when the river is overflowing. It's very, very dangerous. We had to give them advisory. During this time, please don't use the boat for the children, for the school children, for the pregnant mothers. So this is the pathetic condition. Then I had to personally go and intervene and stop this, authorities, even after seeing, pretending to be blind and not enforcing the provision of law. Songsak to Mendipatharu. We are fortunate that our railway line up to Mendipathar is a factor to ensure that there is an FCI go down. And all these essential food materials, specifically rice, from FCI has to be transported. It is an essential service. But we don't take care of the road. In 2024, one of the bridges, just a place called, at the end of the Songsak Reserve Forest, that bridge collapsed because of overloaded vehicles. It was carried by media, it was circulating in social media. And after repair, this huge loaded vehicle, 28 metric ton of rice. I checked the challan myself one day. Then I gave it to the SP. And I had to ask for a district road safety committee meeting. And I attended that meeting myself. I had a review with the district road safety committee, the chairman of which is the deputy commissioner. And because of that collapse of road, the children who were going from different parts to one of the very, I must say, we were fortunate to have one school which has given the privilege to the parents to send their children, and their children came out continuously in consecutive years with flying colors. One day I shared this good news when I was in the Treasury bench. Chidamat, 10% first division, 10% first division with letters. And this bridge collapsed because of these heavy overloaded vehicles. Then we had to take
the bull by horn and tell them, how are you allowing? What is the load-bearing capacity of these timber bridge? Then they said, the PWD said 9 metric ton. The authorities who are supposed to enforce this law, they said, since there is no signboard limiting the load-bearing capacity, we could not penalize. So I said, whose job it is? Then they put maximum load allowed 9 metric ton. Now all these trucks are coming through Bajengdoba, through Jengjal, because they cannot violate the law. But why I'm raising this is, when we have money, why these roads are being left for such a long time. I know that after repeated engagement, the department is working on, but then this should have been the first priority. Railway line in Mendipatha. Naturally, access to market, regional markets. There's a regional market access. And now I see that the government is very happy to utilize that Mendipatha railway station to see that coal from Meghalaya is carried and transported by railway lines. I saw one information which was shared in media, including social media, happily saying now, rack loading has started in Mendipatha. But through this road. So this road is a crucial lifeline to have access to regional markets and national markets. This should be a priority. And the specs, the specification of the road has to be designed to ensure that the load-bearing capacity is capable of allowing this kind of commercial activities, keeping in mind the railway station. Otherwise, it will not last. The road which was constructed, I remember, blacktopping was done in 2018. I took my OD A6 through that road. Now, even my official vehicle, the Innova, cannot go through that road. I felt so good, nice road. Let me buy a luxury car. Let me at least do justice to myself also. I am also no more young. So take care of my low back and my spines. But now I cannot use. I mean, all the roads are like that. The roads are not. That's why the quality. Now, a road, of course, is expected to last 5 years. I saw that 2018 wala blacktopping, in some stretches, even now it is good. But wherever the cross drainage is not maintained, the road cannot withstand so long it has a bituminous surface. Bituminous surface and water. The moment there are micro crack, the water will damage the road. So therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this infusion of huge amount of money under EAP, let us utilize it in the right earnest. So many interventions, many of the constituencies, our MLA scheme, 2 crore, 5.5. I wish the government increases it because the demand depend on the needs of the people. What is the guideline for MLA scheme? To respond to the needs of the people. It's so less. Now out of that, you give 25 lakhs, 50 lakhs for construction of footpath, the money is gone. Therefore, this concept of this program, to make it available for the people of the state, let people be involved, and this particular parameter, which is part and parcel and integral part of this MITP, be sincerely, with utmost sense of transparency, be implemented, and let there be community participation while drawing up these programs. Look at, playgrounds for cultural activities, so many things, such a wonderful thing. I like this baby. I hope we have more such programs. Then, I have talked about the cost. And I would like to talk about the interstate route from MORTH. I think we have to know that the government of India must be also subjected to certain amount of pressure, keeping in mind the Meghalaya and its strategic location from geopolitical perspective. Therefore, sometimes we take advantage of the involvement of the MHA also. Why was the NEC in the first instance created? And why was it under Ministry of Home Affairs? Now it is under Ministry of Donor. Because all these interventions are connected with national security related interventions. To create that sense of, comfort for people residing in most difficult areas who are victims of, historical background, the partition, and the resultant dislocation of economic activities. We have all those interstate roads which were funded by NEC earlier. Today, this fund must be availed from MORTH in the right earnest. This Umsning to Jagi road, I know that we have funded under MITP. Why shouldn't Government of India fund it? We have one road which was taken up, which is under the constituency of our member from Sangpung to that road, Bakoming's area. Sometimes forgetting the name of the constituency, because when we don't use the name too frequently, our memory also. So we make it a habit to call the names. So these interstate roads, we have beautiful Shillong, Nongstoin, Rongjang, Tura road. Initial intervention was for that Mairang to Rani, then that from your Aradonga to Umkyang, then subsequently Rongjang, Mangsang, Adokri. Because Government of India was not giving us enough money, we were given only 2 schemes. So we had to, fund it from other sources. That Mairang road was funded initially from NEC. Then subsequently, we funded from our SPA, Special Plan Assistance given from Government of India. But my point is that the radial roads with our neighboring state, number of times people of the western part, we are subjected to lots of problems when there is some kind of road blockade, this and that, in lower part of Assam, particularly after Duktora, this lower Assam side. So these roads become alternative for us. In fact, there is a road connecting from from Mausun Route area to Mangsang, which is again, which shortens our distance. I wanted to travel last time, but I think it takes only around 30 to 40 minutes from there to Mangsang. That road can be taken up because it's a connect between West Khas Hills and our East Garo Hills. Then, because this MITP is not only for upgrading this, but it is for construction of new strategic roads. These are strategic roads. One road must also connect from Noal Bibra to the Shillong Nongstoin road across this Simsang. Then we started one road from William Nagar to Chokpot. Only initial 6 kilometers was sanctioned. I hope this road will transform the whole south and east region, and this will effectively connect various tourist interest spots, including one place called Memenram Abri. It's a very beautiful tourist spot, and through the Durama area, which again will go through the areas covered under Nokrek Biosphere Reserve. And this interstate road from Ampati to Melam. We discussed earlier that the whole nomenclaturing of roads are important. So, in order to avail this support from Government of India, it is necessary that we re-nomenclature these roads. Re-nomenclaturing Melam, Ampati, Mankachar road. This will give us immense opportunity to avail various programs from Government of India. Because Mankachar is one commercial hub in the adjacent to Southwest Garo Hills, and Ampati is one of the biggest markets in the area, which caters to all the small markets and all those villages which are in West Garo Hills. So it is not a market of only Southwest Garo Hills, but it is more like a regional market for the Garo Hills region. Then this particular road which was taken up under the ADB funding earlier, from Garobada to Dalu, this is now in a dilapidated condition. And we have, I think, enough reason to prepare this program and put them in the self-help schemes for future funding. Then this particular road from, I know I used to receive so many delegations earlier from West Khas Hills. There are a number of roads in West Khas Hills which need to be connected from each other. I'm talking about the roads which are already taken up under PMGSY, and they should be connected by this road which can interconnect these few important roads which will transform the region from the socio-economic perspective. And I would like to somehow refresh our memory pertaining to two important ropeway projects which were initiated by PWD earlier, 10 years back. That time, one of our beloved colleague was there, HDR Lingdo, from this constituency across these gorges, which can give the right kind of another value-added product to promote tourism. It was supposed to be that time, one of the longest ropeways in the country. From two locations were identified, from the area beyond 3rd Mile and another one from that our Maulai, this 1st Battalion, vicinity of 1st Battalion. It was a very beautiful project. The whole feasibility study was done. Subsequently, DPR also was made. So if government can look into this and look at funding of this program from MITP, so that you will have a reason to further prevail upon Government of India and also World Bank to come up with next phase of support for continuing this kind of program, which is not designed for any other state. I think Meghalaya have shown the way. We must continue to give weightage to this concept. Lots of hard work has been put to take care of the interests of our indigenous people, our tribal people. This program is actually designed keeping in mind the backwardness with which we are handicapped and crippled due to lack of this multiple intervention, which must be designed in much more comprehensive manner. So I would like to urge upon the government to take care of these pending roads under PMGSY and complete them. In fact, earlier what we have done, when the World Bank has disagreed to fund or put additional amount to complete those, we have invoked the concept of convergence, where certain amount of state plan was added to complete the project. It was in Kharkutta. In the Kharkutta area, I can't remember the exact name of the road, but it is under Kharkutta CNRD block. So precedents have been created. We did engage with the concerned ministry, and then the state took the responsibility of certain additional amount which was not agreed upon by the Government of India to fund. Sometimes there's too, rigid, they don't look at. So we said the concept of convergence is something which can give us, a solution to this kind of problem. And I also would like to urge that this Rongrong road be connected to our Gabal, because this road remains as an alternative to NH 51. We remember in 2014, because of that heavy landslide, for few days, NH 51 was completely dislocated. We had a huge problem. Even today, in the generation when we see erratic weather behavior, we cannot take, the nature for granted. So therefore, having gone through this experience, this particular road becomes an alternative in the event of any natural calamity dislocating this important road which remains as the lifeline, this NH51. So as an alternative, it's a parallel road from Resu through Rongrong to Gabal. In fact, this road, some stretch is already funded by CRF. But I don't know why only 1 or 2 kilometers with CRF in a piecemeal. So let this road be taken in total length. And another important road, I remember my brother, our minister representing Dalu constituency, he did lots of things when he was minister in charge PWD in that area, connecting Deku, this and that. But then, just some missing link up to Ruga. Then Ruga Road from Dimapara, I went last time, that was around 5 years back. The road can any time be completely a victim of natural calamity. This road, unless protected, the erosion after erosion, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. In fact, in winter, when this whole problem of fog can be kind of constraint for drivers, anybody can just, only because people who are used to that road, they know how to take precautions. But at the time of emergency, a very dangerous road. So there was a proposal, to promote international trade with the neighboring countries. From that Look East policy concept, all these programs were actually submitted before Government of India. But in absence of positive response from Government of India, I think it is only appropriate that this MITP fund be utilized for taking care of that road, and this will be of immense help. This is again NH51 from Tura to Dalu. After 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, there's an erosion, a sinking zone. I went to Dalu recently, sinking zone. Roads are being constructed with fund from JICA, but roads which already have been completed with bituminous carpeting, after completion of bituminous macadam work, it's sinking. It's sinking. All across. We are seeing it. It's happening in front of our eyes. So what is the alternative? Well, we know that Tura bypass is coming. That is again joining just ahead of those sinking areas. So we will have problem unless we have alternative. And the alternative is this road, which will go through just little diversion from 12th mile to Deku, and from Deku to Dimapara. That can be an alternative. This is strategically important. That is important from socio-economic perspective. Otherwise, we will definitely have problem. I'm scared. When the monsoon comes, what happens to this Tura-Dalu road? God forbids, but then we must be always cautious. I think warning signs are there. Then I have talked about the point that I would like to raise pertaining to the manner of selection. Therefore, the manner of selection, let it be based on the actual need to fulfill the objective, or in other words, to give fruition to the broad objective that the programs have inherently incorporated in its objectives. And if we do selective sanctioning, see in PMGSY, when I was a chief minister, the highest number of sanction, 17 roads, 17 number of roads was for Songsak CNRD block, 18 roads for Rongjek CNRD block, and another highest one was Samanda block. Why? Because all these villages were not connected. All those villages with huge population which were eligible under the PMGSY guidelines were not taken up because we had serious problem of law and order. But when we sanctioned at one go, 17 number of roads, 18 number of roads. No nepotism, no selective choice. This is how we should do. Like when we gave civil subdivision, I didn't ask any MLA to resign and join my party, we gave. Mausen Root was not a Congress MLA at that time. We gave. It has to go beyond political consideration. We need to develop the state in totality. I cannot say healthy if one of my toes are actually fractured. So the state must be developed in totality. And all these funds that we work hard with World Bank to agree to fund our PMGSY work, and we still have the money under this World Bank, phase after phase, to develop the state highways, the district highways under PMGSY and the tourist destination, abundance of alternatives. And along with that, those small programs which should be taken up, I hope, with the involvement of MLS. We also represent communities. How without knowledge of the MLS, who are going to tell the community? Enlightening the community will give that kind of, the enthusiasm to participate. And on the, developmental initiatives, that's where the joy lies. There is a saying, there's more joy in giving than receiving. Yes. I think for all the honorable members of this August House, when somebody comes with problem, where is the joy? When we are able to give. So I used to tell my people, he said, sir, I'm very happy. So I said, I'm happier than you because I could do what you wanted. There is more joy in giving than in receiving. We must remember this. And I know we have a seasoned Deputy Chief Minister in charge looking after this. Samajdaro ke liye isarai kafi hai, we used to say, no? So, take cognizance of these points that I have raised, and I would like to reiterate my submission, wherein I stress the need of the government to look at those highly inflated costs which are being approved. It's not only in one department, but at the moment, since this motion is specific to PWD, I think it will not be appropriate to allow authorities to be, instrumental in allowing unnecessary, highly inflated cost while implementing the projects, because with that money which is being spent for one project, we can implement more than 2 projects. It's a fact. Please look at the, cost. So with these few words, I would like to resume my seat, expecting that the government take cognizance of issues that has been flagged before the government through this submission of mine in this August House, and see that whatever we do revolves around protecting the interests of the state and protecting the interests of people as a whole. With these few words, I resume my seat, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the outset, I'm so thankful to the Honorable LO who has brought the motion that this House to now discuss the style of functioning of the Public Works Department, roads and bridges, with a special reference to the projects taken under PMGSY, MITP, CRF, and interstate routes and their mode of selection and quality of implementation thereof. Sir, I'm so grateful to the Honorable LO who has dwelt upon so many issues relating to these references which he has already indicated in the motion, and maybe quite a number of points I may be missing out in clarification, but I would request the Honorable Leader of Opposition kindly treat the issues raised by you into consideration by my department, and maybe rectification or action wherever necessary should be taken care of. Sir, few issues flagged in by the Honorable Leader of Opposition. The point number one is relating to PMGSY. In brief, I would like to again highlight here about the implementation of PMGSY right from the year 2000 till 2019, and that is the component of PMGSY1. PMGSY1, the sanction number of route is 1079 and 96 long span bridges, completed 1063, and all 96 LSBs, meaning long span bridges, with the total amount of 2,605.90 crores. And out of 1079 numbers of road sanctioned in PMGSY1, I'm happy to inform the honorable members of this August House, as well as to the Honorable Leader of Opposition, out of 1079 roads, 16 roads will be completed during this current financial year up to March 2026. And by the end of this current financial year, 2026, we will be able to complete the entire PMGSY1 sanction then. So we come to PMGSY2. Sir, in PMGSY2, 94 roads were sanctioned and 12 long span bridges with an amount of rupees 380.28 crores. Out of the 94 roads project sanction, 92 roads have been completed, and the long span bridges was also fully completed, all the 12 numbers. And I'm happy to inform that the PMGSY2, out of 94, 2 which is not yet completed, again, we are hopeful that within this current financial year 25-26, March 25-26 will be fully completed. So these two components, PMGSY1, PMGSY2, will be completed during this current financial year. Next one is PMGSY3. In PMGSY3, 141 roads and 55 long span bridges, and the sanction amount was 1,448 crores. Out of 141, 36 completed with an expenditure of 374.98 crores. Again, the balance work of 105 roads project will again be completed by December 2026, including the 55 numbers of long-span bridges. So, sir, from PMGSY 1 till this current year, about 5,959.29 kilometers road have been completed. Sir, now again we are in the phase 4 of PMGSY. Phase 4 of PMGSY, Government of India has requested the state government to again identify those villages which is yet to be connected throughout the state. And the survey was done right from the year 2024. And the preliminary survey of 903 habitations of villages were conducted. And even the list of these surveyed was sent to the Ministry of Rural Development. Out of 903, 329 habitations was approved by the ministry, and these approved habitations of villages, Piludi is now in the stage of DPR preparation. Some of them we have already submitted the DPR, and part of them we are in the stage of completion. And from the department side, we will make sure that these approved habitations sanction be accorded, and work will also be started. And we do expect, sir, that partly out of 329, partly maybe during this current year 2026, works can be started throughout the state. Our leader of opposition, he mentioned about the criteria of selection, the mode of selection of this project. Sir, as far as PMGSY is concerned, guidebook is in place, and there is no way out where we can manipulate or we can qualify or we can disqualify ourselves. It is not at all possible. Therefore, the selection process is done according to the guidelines, and also we maintain transparency. I would like to assure the Honorable Leader of Opposition and the members of this August House that selection process is done in a very, very transparent manner. Again, the issues raised by the honorable mover or leader of opposition about the estimate, the inflation, that some projects were made with the inflation, which is abnormally high. Sir, again, the system or the guideline says that the project, once the DPR is completed by the department, by the PLUD, it will be again approved by the SRRDA, and from there we will send it to SDA, to SDA, and the SDA is appointed by the ministry only. And here, in the case of Meghalaya, IIT is the authority who will check and who will also vet each and every DPR. So once it is vetted, then we will upload and send to the government of India for necessary approval. And this system starts right from the PMGSY1 till the PMGSY4, which is yet to be implemented. So,
I will extend the House till this motion is disposed of.
Yes,
You
sir?
may continue, sir.
Huh?
You may continue, sir.
Oh, I thought you'll say that next time I'll continue, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, sir, again, when our honorable leader of opposition mentioned about the faulty estimate frame, I think, I don't know yet, though he mentioned about one specific project. That again, sir, let me assure the honorable member, I will find out. I will find out myself. I'll see, because as I said to you, any estimate, any DPR has to be vetted by the IIT Guwahati. Unless that is done, the ministry or the government of India will not at all accept the DPR. Sir, number two, sir, we come to the MITP. A number of issues honorable leader of opposition has raised relating to the implementation of the MITP. Sir, I would like to read the draft statement made by my department. This is for the benefit of all the honorable members of this August House. Government of Meghalaya has implemented the Meghalaya Integrated Transport Project through the Department of Economic Affairs, Government of India under the Externally Aided Project Assistance Framework. MITP represents the strategic initiative by the Government of Meghalaya to revamp the state's transport infrastructure. The project aims to establish a well-connected, efficient, high-quality and safe transport network on a long-term basis in a cost-effective manner, with the goal of maximizing economic and social benefits for the people of Meghalaya. This comprehensive approach to enhancing transport infrastructure is designed to facilitate smoother and safer travel, improved access to essential services, and connect remote areas with major economic centers. To finance the project, the state entered into a tripartite agreement with the World Bank, the Government of India, and the Government of Meghalaya. The project is estimated to cost $150 million and will be implemented over a period of 6 years. Of this total cost, 80% of the total cost of the project will be a loan component, and 20% will be the upfront counterpart funding from the state government. Thus, the World Bank will provide a loan of US $120 million, while the remaining US $30 million will be contributed by the state government as counterpart funding over the life of the project, that is 6 years. Out of the World Bank's US $120 million loan, the central government will subsidize 90% and only the balance 10% of the loan amount, that is $12 million, is to be repaid back by the state government. The loan has a 6-year moratorium period that is covering the implementation time. Repayment of the above loan will begin on December 2026 and will be staggered through an 8-year period that is till June 2034. And repayment will be made biannually every June, December 15 at an interest rate of only 6.25%. The project components on the MITP, sir. Number one, effective delivery and maintenance of transport infrastructure. The component will aim to improve transport connectivity on critical sections of integrated transport network, plans using climate resilient and green technologies, innovative designs, and improve delivering framework for transport infrastructure. Component number two, asset management, institutional effectiveness, and transport services. The component aims to develop assets management, investment effectiveness, under which preparation of integrated transport network development plan, innovative climate resilient, nature-based design and construction solutions for roads and bridges, least cost engineering solutions, development and implementation of transport sector modernization plan. The component will support continuous modernization, enhance efficiency, and improve performance across transport agencies using the latest research, innovations, and global best practices. Number three component, project management and implementation. The component is to support for project preparation, engineering supervision, and project management. And component number four, contingent emergency response component, immediate response to an eligible crisis or emergency as needed. Under this project, Meghalaya State Police has undertaken rehabilitation and improvement of 330.63 kilometers of road across Meghalaya, which include rehabilitation, upgradation, improvement of 11 numbers non-urban roads covering 285.5 kilometers, rehabilitation, upgradation, improvement of 2 numbers urban road covering 34.90 kilometers, and 4 number of tourism roads covering 10.11 kilometers, and 1 stand-alone access bridge of length 120 meters, the one which our Honorable LO, I think, he has mentioned during the submission and deliberation. Again, the Honorable mover of this motion, he mentioned about the quality, inferior quality, and faulty quality, I should say, during the implementation of MITP. Sir, I would like to again say here that the guidebook is again in place for quality implementation on the projects under MITP. One, Tier 1 quality control begins at the field level, where the contractor executes work strictly as per IRC, Ministry of Road Transport specification, BIS standards, and contract provisions, while the CSC provides round-the-clock technical supervision. The CSC verifies workmanship, monitors compaction levels, checks structural elements, validates material quality, and ensures safety compliance. Mandatory laboratory and field testing of materials forms an integral part of this tier. The second tier involves project-level independent quality assurance. Led joined by the PMC and the CLAN, MIDFC PLUD, the PMC carries out independent reviews of DPRs, drawings, technical specification, and contract compliance, conduct monthly and quarterly quality audits, and performs variation and analysis of physical and financial progress. Whenever gaps or delay are identified, the PMC issues clear corrective instructions to the CSC and the contractor. Meanwhile, the client authority, MIDFC/PWD, regularly inspects both civil works and safeguard implementations, ensuring that field-level activities match the technical and contractual requirement. The PMC also compiles and submits monthly and quarterly progress reports to the client and the World Bank, covering engineering quality and environmental compliance, social safeguards, procurement status, financial performance, and safety observations, thereby ensuring full transparency. The third tier provides external independent oversight by the World Bank team, which validates the quality and procedural integrity of the project. The bank's experts assess compliance with the environmental and social safeguard framework, including operational policy on environmental assessment, which the MITP adheres to rigorously. The World Bank also reviews the implementation of environmental protection measures, labor and camp management, waste disposal, dust and noise suppression, slopes stability, public safety measures, and community grievances redressal mechanism. Social specialists independently verify compensation processes, livelihood impact, mitigation, and community consultations. Findings from these missions are documented, shared with the PMC and the client, and corrective actions with specific timeline are mandated as per this quality implementation. Sir, the World Bank supported MITP, which commenced in January 2021, is expected to be completed by October 2026. The total project outlay under MITP is 1,238 crores. As of January 2026, an amount of rupees 1,095.83 crores has been utilized for various developmental activities under the project, and the remaining funds are to be utilized for the earmark components within the approved project period. The funds are initially drawn from the state treasury out of the budget provisions of the departments, and reimbursement claims are made to the World Bank every quarter for expenditure incurred. The overall physical progress stands at 90.64%, and the financial progress is 88.52%. The projects upgradation improvement of Bajeng Doba Resubel Para Mendipata Damra Road. Number 2, upgradation improvement of Agya Mendipathar Pulbari Tura Ampati Road. Number 3, upgradation improvement of parallel road to existing Dalu Bakmara Road. Number 4, upgradation improvement of Shillong Ding Pasok Road. Number 5, upgradation improvement of Lightcore Pom Lakrai Light Lungkot Road. Number 6, upgradation of Umling Pathakma Road. Number 7, upgradation improvement of Rongjeng Mangsang Adokri Road. Number 8, upgradation improvement of Pasi Karampani Road. 9, upgradation improvement of Mau Maram Maulendep Road. 10, upgradation improvement of Rongram Rongrengri Darugri Road. 11, upgradation improvement of Nongstoin Mau Edge Road. 12, rehabilitation improvement of road within Nongstoin Town. 13, rehabilitation improvement of road in William Nagar Town. 14, construction of approach road from Nyangmayer to Sok Meleng for development of tourism infrastructure. 15, construction of approach road from Mauklot to Umyam for development of tourism infrastructure. 16, construction approach road from Light Artet to Nongliput for development of tourism infrastructure. 17, construction of approach road from Mau Panlur to Mau Tarashan for development of tourism infrastructure. And 18, construction of bridge over river Damring at Chidaret connecting Tapa Bajar. So overall benefit to the state road infrastructure project under MITP are set to benefit 503 villages and 41 wards covering a population of 7,99,477 people. This improvement will not only enhance transport connectivity but also spur the growth of small business. Sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, again, in the interstate projects, or honourable mover of this motion, again he raised those interstate projects which is yet to be connected from the destination to the destination. Sir, whatever points raised by the Honourable Leader of Opposition, I have already noted down. We will see. Same way it happens, sir, like this road, which was initially implemented under this SRDP. Because the SRDP now is closed by the Government of India. Halfway we have completed, and that is from Nongstoin Rambrai. Nongstoin Rambrai is completed, and now the balance work of Gershai up to Chegaon is again yet to be taken up. So this incident happened not only in Nongstoin, even it happened again from this Nongstoin to Wakaji, Wakaji to Plangdiloin, again Plangdiloin to up to Ranikor. These are also the project which is halfway completed. So, sir, recently we had a meeting under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister. We met the Honorable Minister. We talking, we impressed upon him about the necessity of this project, which was completed halfway, that Government of India, Ministry of Road Transport, should also consider to complete it. Otherwise, the benefit of both the state cannot be enjoyed in the future. So, sir, again, few issues also relating to Mankasha, Melim to Mankasha. This is also, in fact, recently we had a meeting under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister again. We discussed, we impressed upon the Honorable Minister, Ministry of Road Transport. We would like to see that the entire belt, right from Phulbari up to Mankasha, and again up to Garubada and Ampati side, up to this, where is that border? Up to Mahendraganj. That also we discussed, we have submitted the proposal, because if this can be covered, if it is considered by the Ministry of Road Transport, I am very sure the economic activities and the livelihood of this plain belt area can be improved 100%, sir. And also we discussed a few more important issues. Yesterday, our Honorable MLA from Phulbari, he has already mentioned about the bottleneck that we have. Because now the bridge, that bridge up to Phulbari is almost completed, that 4-lane bridge. Then again, immediately after the bridge, the road that we are using as of today is only an intermediate lane. So again, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, we have taken up this very, very seriously with the Minister concerned and with the official of the Ministry of Road Transport, that immediately from the bridge, Phulbari Bridge, again, we need to widen the existing road, connecting up to Agaya, meaning we'll convert it into 4-lane. And by doing that, I think it will help a lot, not only for Meghalaya, it will maximize the movement of vehicles coming down from West Bengal up to Guwahati. Because right now, as I said to you, sir, this portion became a bottleneck. We end nowhere, though we have the 4-lane. In Agaya, again, now the 4-lane is under construction, it's almost completed from Guwahati up to Golpara. So it's almost completed. So now if this 4-lane ended only up to Agaya and ended only up to Phulbari, we will not be able to do justice both for Assam as well as for Meghalaya. So therefore, sir, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister again, CM himself has already discussed, requested the Honorable Minister. Hopefully, this request also will be considered by the Government of India. Again, our leader of opposition, he mentioned about wrong road under NH 5051, which needs to be connected. So this also, sir, I've noted down. And even this sinking of some portion of Tura Dalu Road, which again needs to be revisited by the PUD official. So I've already noted down all this. So, sir, once again, before I conclude, our Honorable LO has stressed further about the nepotism, that word nepotism, yes. Sir, let me tell you one thing. The selection of the project, the selection of the important projects in the state, government of the day under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister we don't play politics. There is no politics at all, sir. And if you even go to the record, you will see that everywhere road connectivity happens. Not only road connectivity, good all-weather road keep happening. Of course, we can't reach to 100%, but we keep doing that, sir. We keep doing it, not because of the opposition or not because of the ruling. Of course, a little bit, yes, ruling is ruling. We can't help it. That is the democracy. No, that is it. See, because some people sometimes they said that as if the development comes by itself, which is totally wrong. If you go to the Constitution of India, why BJP and why Congress, they are fighting day and night to make sure that they get the majority, to form the government. Who does not want that? A person who does not want that means he is not a politician. He is not being guided by the Constitution of India. So therefore, sir, once again, I would like to assure the Honorable Leader of Opposition, and he is the senior most among us here, I would like to assure him that no nepotism at all, and we will make sure the interest of the state is above everything for us in the government. So with these few words, once again, sir, though I miss out so many points, but as I've already mentioned to the Honorable Leader of Opposition and also through you, sir, that all the points has been noted down. And even if I miss out to mention here, but my officers will see and make it happen or to take corrective measures wherever possible and whatever possible way. With these few words, sir, I conclude my speech.
Allow me to thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for actually his reply itself is a testimony to the intent of doing justice, and I have reminded ourselves that there is joy in giving, more joy in giving than receiving. So I think we go with that. And only one thing, I referred to that PMGSY in respect of the parameters which is already an integral part of the parameters enshrined in the system and adopted very stringently. Because the proceeding of the minutes of the executive committee meetings are reflective of that. Therefore, there is a check and balance. But in other respect, the one I said is not the PMGSY, other scheme, whether it is MITP or RIDF. So the similar check and balance must be there. Then, you know, there is lack of possibility of any tendency, human tendency to overlook all these things, which is very important to take care of the, the vested responsibility of protecting the interests of the people and state. And one thing is that those standalone bridges, they are eyesore. So I hope the Honorable Deputy CM has taken cognizance of that, because he said all the points are noted and they will act upon. I would like to once again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, through you, profusely thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, and also see that all those points which we have, which I took privilege to bring to the notice of the government, are taken cognizance of and acted upon. With these few words, I once again thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for the reply.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion is now closed. As there is no further business before the House for the day, the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on Friday, the 20th February 2026.